right? But what about tax? What about tax? Don't be afraid. We are all tax administrator, I believe. Is there anybody here that is not working with whether Federal Inland Revenue Service or State Internal Revenue Service? Hello, is there anybody in the house that is not working with either Federal Inland Revenue Service or State Internal Revenue Services?
Hi, sir.
What's your name? Sorry, what's the name, please?
Stephen.
Okay, where do you work?
I work with CP Partners.
CP Partner. And what do you do?
CP okay. Partner, audit firm.
Is an audit firm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are even though you are not a tax administrator, I believe you are a tax consultant. Yes or yes?
Yes, sir.
So you are still in line. Does anyone here that is not doesn't have any dealing with taxes or taxation? So
yes.
Yeah?
Yes, computer science.
Oh, you are also, where do you work as a computer scientist? You are still on
the line.
Yes, but okay, let me ask this specific question. You might be in LRS, but
yes,
you may not have any dealing with taxation. Maybe you are in the IT department.
Boy like me, sir.
Huh?
Like myself, sir.
Okay, so you can see I'm still right. You are in LRS, but you don't have any.
I'm in LRS. I read computer science. I'm a programmer. I don't deal with that.
So those are the people that we should be looking out for, because they don't have any dealing with what we call this taxation. But because of they find themselves in this situation, they have to learn on the job, because maybe eventually they may move them out of their comfort zone and put them in tax assessment to be working. And that is the essence of this training, so that you don't just say, because I'm a programmer, I work with LRS, I don't have to know taxation. No. So you need to know what taxation is all about. So I said levies, we've defined it, but taxation, tax, what do we mean by tax? You just put the definition, simple definition of tax to distinguish it from what levies is. You can see we said levies is that payment made to governments or other entities to fund specific activities. But taxation, is it not a payment as well? It is. It is. Huh?
A compulsory levy.
Thank you. That is the word, compulsory, that distinguish it from levy. You get that? So levies are payment made to government or other entities to fund specific activities. But here, for taxation, they are levies that are compulsory levied made to government, right? You cannot pay it to other entities. It is strictly to governments. Are we together? It is strictly to government. You cannot pay tax to other entities. If it is tax, so we have levies, we have fees, we have charges that constitute, and also tax that constitute what we refer to as revenue. Revenue in the balance of government business. So now That tax that we're saying, it is compulsory and it is made to government to fund government activities. It may not be specific. You get that? It may not be specific. So that is the difference between levies and income. Do we agree with that? Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll move on. So that is that about this first module. The first module says we should, right, the impact of accounting standard on taxable profit, which we've done last week, and the deferred tax and difference between income tax and levy, which we also concluded today. So that is the first module. So we'll move on to the second module. The second module will take us, because we are going in depth now. We are going in depth into taxation proper. The first module that we just finished is more of accounting, though we relate it to taxation. All what we've discussed in the first module is the bit of accounting and taxation, so that you know the effect of accounting, right, on taxation. Are we together? So the next one, I'll stop this and move on to the next module, which is basically on okay, that's it. Can you see the screen? We have a lot of it, so I believe we should take like 2 weeks to do this, or 3 weeks. And I'm going to give you an assignment.
Okay, sir.
And the assignment is basically on the second module. I need you to submit before the next class next week. It's a simple assignment, but it requires your technicality. It requires your technical know-how. I don't just want objection process is like this, is like, no. You have it in the handout, but it is not as straightforward as you may think. So you need to put a little bit of your dexterity, that's a technical ability or prowess into it, in answering it. And it's a scenario based. So you need to think out of the box to answer this question. So constitutionality, these are what we're going to be looking at. Constitutionality of income tax and administrative power of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, registration, types of assessments. We have the objection appeal and appeal process. We have the statutes of limitation and powers. We have the components of tax returns. We have the filing due dates and payment due dates, as well as the tax clearance certificates. I used to say this for some of us that are working in Federal Inland Revenue Service or State Internal Revenue Service, right? If they ask you, what is the content? What are the content of a tax clearance certificate? As you are here now, what are the contents? Can anybody mention a content that is in a tax clearance certificate without looking at it?
Name of the person, sir.
The name of what?
The name of the
Full
payer.
name of the person.
The person's income for 3 years.
The income.
Can we do it this way? Can we do it this way? Let's just raise our hand, right? So that we know who's talking. Mrs. Aminat.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes, the name and payer ID of the payer.
Okay. Mr. Adebisi.
The address of the payer.
Okay. Mrs. Akinola.
The income for that particular year and the tax paid.
Okay. Mr. Kazim. Mr. Kazim. Okay, Mr. Kazim is not talking. Mrs. Kende, pardon me.
Mr. Kende.
Kende what?
Ikubomire.
Ikubomire, okay. So
yes.
what's it?
The income for the period of 3 years.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Olawani, you have that.
Payer ID.
Payer ID. Okay. Just someone has mentioned that. Okay.
That's payer.
Mr. Olawani, are you far away?
I'm not far away.
Okay. It seems you are talking from behind the scene. All right. Mr.
Okay, somebody muted. I said signature.
Okay, signature of who?
Of the taxpayer.
Signature of the taxpayer.
Authorized the authorized agency.
Okay, signature of the authorized agency. Fine. Mr. Joel. Chargeable income. That's fine. That's fine. Chargeable income. Mr. Olatunde Wari. Sorry?
Name of the company.
The name of company?
No.
I can barely hear you. Okay, that's a good one. You all tried. You all tried. At least I want to get that input correctly, because most people, you can mute. You cannot mute now. Most people, you can also raise your hands down. So most people or most staff in LIRS or State Internal Revenue Service, as well as FRS, do not know this. In fact, there was this CITN question that used to come up in the CITN exam, and they will put it forward. So some people will not be cracking their brain. I've seen this, so why is it going off my head? And I've been saying I've been working with this thing. So that is just the truth about it. We need to familiarize ourselves with what we are doing in the office. So thank you so much for that contribution. So we'll move on. The constitutionality of income tax and administrative power of FIRS. That's what the syllabus said we should do. So what is the constitutionality of income tax? It derives its constitutionality from the Nigerian Constitution. It derives its constitutionality from the Nigerian Constitution or legislation. And over time, there have been changes in this legislation. So we need to be abreast with the current legislation as regards income tax and administrative powers of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. You all agree with me that the Finance Acts, right, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023 has brought a lot of changes, right, to the income tax legislation in Nigeria. So we need to know what trend, right? What are the changes that are in these acts? So in Nigeria, the imposition of income tax is constitutionally valid. And the Nigerian Constitution, specifically the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, grants the federal government the power to impose and collect levies, including income taxes. This authority is granted under the exclusive legislative list. For the lawyers in the House, they will understand this better, that income tax, it is the legislative power of the federal government, and it is not in the it is not in the concurrent list. It is the exclusive power of the federal government to legislate on. So when you talk about income taxes, and when we say income taxes, it is not a company income tax alone. We have the personal income tax as well. We have the value-added tax. We have the petroleum profit tax. We have the can you remind me, please? Remind me. Petroleum profit tax, capital gain tax. We have the withholding tax.
Yeah, the stamp duties.
Stamp duties, yes. So it is on the
Education tax.
Education tax, thank you. It is on the exclusive list of the federal government. And that is why it is only the federal government that can amend all these acts or all these legislation. It is only the federal government that can amend through the National House of Assembly. Are we together? So in essence, we are saying the constitutionality of income tax derives its power to legislate in the Nigerian Constitution. In the Nigerian Constitution. Just few minutes. So now the administrative power of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. You know, there is difference between the Federal Inland Revenue Service as well as the Federal Inland Revenue Service Board. Yes or yes? Hello?
Yes.
You agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
So how do you now agree with me? Can anybody state the difference between Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Federal Inland Revenue Service Board? I just need one word to distinguish it.
The federal inland deal with complaint. Why the state deal with the personal income?
No. I'm not saying state and federal now. I said, hear the question very well. I said, is there any difference between Federal Inland Revenue Service and Federal Inland Revenue Service Board? Mr. Joel.
Yes, sir. I think service is the optional that's optional the board. Why the board like the statute backing it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's just the word. The service, that's Federal Inland Revenue Service, is the operational arm. Is the operational arm of the service, which means it's just like we have a company now. You know, the company will have board of directors. Board of directors. Is this board, are they the one that carries out the day-to-day activities of the company? No. So under the board, we have the management. So it is this management, right, that carries out the day-to-day activities of the company. So that is just the structure, same structure with Federal Inland Revenue Service. So it is the Federal Inland Revenue Service that carries out the day-to-day activities of that agency. While the Federal Inland Revenue Service Board, they are just to, what's it called? They are just to oversee, right, the functions of the service. They don't involve in the day-to-day activities of the service. So that is that. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So now the Federal Inland Revenue Service is a federal agency responsible for the administration of tax laws in Nigeria, including income tax. So they derive its power from the various tax laws and regulations, including companies income tax, personal income tax, and other related tax legislation. You get? So the Federal Inland Revenue Service actually are the ones that assess, collect, enforce, and do what? They enforce. They even carry out tax audits, right, of the tax payer. So that is the power. And also there is also this power that it's an act of Federal Inland Revenue Service. It is called the Federal Inland Revenue Service Establishment Act. Establishment Act. So they also get their power from this act. Just like in the state as well, some states will also have the state revenue law. State revenue law, which is enacted by the State House of Assembly. But in this case of the Federal Inland Revenue Service Establishment Act, it is enacted by the National House of Assembly. So that is the power that they have. It is a constitutional power that they have as an agency of the government, and they derive this power from the company income tax, the personal income tax, capital gain tax, and all what's not, that you can think that this is the act of the federal service, Federal Inland Revenue Service. Don't also forget, because we are mentioning personal income tax here, you might be wondering, why personal income tax? Why personal income tax? Is it not the power of the State Internal Revenue Service? Yes, it is. But there are some payments, there are some personal income tax payments that the Federal Inland Revenue Service collects. For example, it is stated in the law. Hello, can that person mute, please? Can that person mute? Please and please. Please. I don't want to be sanctioning us here. I've
Hello, sir. I muted all, so you can unmute yourself again, please.
Okay. So I said if I don't ask you to mute, please don't mute. I'll be very frank at that. I might even leave the class if I find out that you are not obeying my instruction. I might leave the class, and you know that the implication of that, I will have said, oh, I've treated that module for the day, and I will not go back to it. So if I didn't ask you to mute, please and please don't mute. I mean, don't unmute yourself. Thank you. All right. So I said the personal income tax, you might be wondering, right? Why is it a federal Inland Revenue Service power? Why does it belong? Why that power does it? Why does the power belongs to Federal Inland Revenue Service and also State Internal Revenue Service? And I said it is not the all personal income tax, right, of an individual that is being collected by the State Internal Revenue Service. There are some that the law allows the Federal Inland Revenue Service to collect. An example of that is the income of persons, right, in the military, in the army, right? So those military men, their income is collected by the Federal Inland Revenue Service. And of course, maybe with this reforms that is taking place, me as a person, and I am an advocate that such income should, such tax from these military personnel should be collected by the states. I'm a strong advocate of that. It shouldn't be to the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Because what we say about residence, right, residency rule, is that you pay your tax where you reside. That's personal income tax. So why does it have to be the Federal Inland Revenue Service that will collect the personal income tax of a military personnel that reside in Lagos State, for instance? And of course, they may also, the drafter of the law may also have their justification for that. One of those justification is, to the best of my knowledge, is that those military personnel, they are more of an itinerant worker. They might move them around at any fucking time, pardon my French. They might move them around at any point in time, and so they are not stable. Well, that's their own justification. But for me, I believe that aspect should be moved to the State Internal Revenue Service to administer. Am I speaking your mind? For some of us that are in State Internal Revenue Service, maybe I should allow you to also have your input in this. You know, lecturing is not all about theoretical. We need to also bring it, be practical about it. And I've just pointed out a very vital discussion on this. Personal income tax for military personnel going to Federal Inland Revenue Service. Can you justify that as a person? So I have Mr. Idris Onifade, that his hand is up. You have the floor. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I think I want to concur with I want to agree with what you just said. I happen to work with Alphabeta unit under there is under PIT directorate, and we've had cases in the past whereby personnel or officers in uniform come to try and get their taxes, and we tell them that there's actually nothing we can do except they go back to their office to do that. And oftentimes it has always been a tug of war between these officers and their respective bosses. But I think in a situation whereby the state is allowed to collect those taxes, they'll have easy flow and easy access to what's been deducted from their salary as regards their tax certificates.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Unifade, for that contribution. So I also have Mr. Or Mrs. Kolade Fasheyi?
Yes, Kolade Fasheyi. So
Mr.
another Mr. Kolade Fasheyi, sir.
Thank you.
For every military personnel who reside in a state, the make of the state facility in their day-to-day activities, they have their family. So their taxes are not limited to the state. They are part of the who actually, some can say, overstress infrastructure provided by that state. So in that case, the state should have access to their taxes so that it becomes part of the income used in providing basic amenity for the citizens. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, okay, I still have someone, right? Mrs. Aminat Adenike.
So I support what you just said earlier. To buttress what Idris Unifade just said, I think I had a case study like that, a policeman that came to, let me put it this way, constitute nuisance in our office then. So we searched for he actually needed his tax clearance certificates to pay school fees for his child abroad. And when we checked, we discovered that his tax was not remitted to Lagos State. So we asked him to go back to the office. So we just started constituting nuisance that, you mean I should go to Abuja because I want to collect tax clearance? I've been staying in Lagos for over 10 years now. How can you tell me my tax is not being remitted to LRS and the likes? So I think your point is very, very valid, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Aminat. Thank you for that. Mr. Olawonyi, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. In my own area, LRS sent us for a tax audit exercise at the nearby here on Airport Road. And at the point of the venue of the audit, because of requesting for the requirements, out of 10, 3 or 4 happen to be the naval officers in that area, and they claim that they don't have anything to do with state jurisdiction as per their task. So we have to work based on the public they engage and exempt others and request for the evidences of their remittances to the federal inlands, because they said it's been covered by the federal, and we submitted our report to the tax agents.
Yeah.
So in nutshell, where it's easy, the state should maintain their jurisdiction and federal should maintain their jurisdiction as well. Since their federal pattern can be moved from time to time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Ojomu Adebisi.
Yes, sir. I think you said it earlier on. They are like itinerant workers, they can, because I don't want to go with, yours, because I feel it is only if they are, as in the state, as in the police or the military. Let me just use police. Don't let me say military now. It's only if, they are being, maybe if we have state police now, for example, maybe being decentralized, because I know there are some state governors clamoring for state police. So I think unless if that is being done, because them being itinerant workers now, they can just post somebody today and transfer you tomorrow. So if it's like that, I don't think it's going to be easy, or we can just say we want to fight and say, okay, let's states handle the taxes of, policemen or so. So that's my own take on that. I think them being like insurance workers, or they just post them anytime. So I feel, it should still be with the, with the federal inland revenue. So maybe if there's a decentralization here, that we are clamoring for, or, some governors are clamoring for, then yeah, maybe states of each state revenue services can just, handle their taxes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks for that beautiful one. Mr. Oshinlaja, you have the floor. And those will be the last ones so that I can make comments on that. Thank you. Mr. Oshinlaja, you have the floor.
Go with Mr. Ojomo. I think the major challenge the state is having is when it comes to assessing their tax clearance or their tax detail for future uses. And now, because these people place of residence, like you rightly said, are temporarily, it will be cumbersome and to distort the books of the state if you allow them to be handled by the state, because by the time they are moved to another state, you will need to inform the state regulatory body, inform the federal regulatory body, and they will be like moving from one state to another to distort the books. I just think what the federal government can do is to create a system where we can have an access to always get whatever they needed to process, they needed to do with their tax plans. We should just have an access to like a software where we can get it from and give it to them at any point in time or any state that they go to. So we should still leave it with the federal, since their place of residence is a bit flexible, which is going to distort the books of the state, and it's going to be cumbersome, calculating how many days they spend, 180 days, blah, 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 blah. That's my own opinion, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And thank you everyone for that contribution. You actually nail it. It's a burning issue that we all have to tackle head on. Fine. They are itinerant worker that they don't have a stable place, and for you to say that they should be assessed in the states, it might be cumbersome somehow. I agree with you on that, but then the state also has itinerant worker, right, that we do assess. You get that? So it's just a way, finding a way around it, not to make it cumbersome. All your submission, there is this presidential committee on fiscal policies and tax reforms. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Being headed by Taiwo Oyedele.
Being headed by one young lady like this. Yes, well, we are aware, sir.
Exactly. So that committee has put up forward for all of us, right? All of us, when I mean all of us, Nigerians, or even those in diaspora, to have a contribution, right, to how we want our tax policy, our fiscal policies to run, as well as our tax reforms to be. So it will behove on all of us to have a contribution, just like we've pointed out an aspect, a burning issue about the Federal Inland Revenue Service collecting, right, the personal income tax of military personnel, or even not to to keep on collecting or not to collect. So there is a memoranda, right, that you can submit, so that will not be left. We are all stakeholders in how we want our fiscal policy to run and what kind of tax reforms that we want. I'm not a member, right? I'm not a member of that committee, but as a citizen of Nigeria, I should have an input in how I want my state or I want my country to be governed. So if you are aware, there is a form that you can fill and make your inputs. I don't know whether you are aware of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are aware of the form. So if you are not aware, I'll post on the platform, right, that link for you to actually make your inputs on these areas that we thought it might be of assistance to the committee to deliberate on and make a recommendation on. So that is that. I'll post it on the platform for all of us to have our submission on it.
Thank you, sir.
So, having said that, Mr. Ojomo, you still want to say something?
Yes, sir. I don't know whether we are still going further, or because I think I don't think it's only the military alone that's has to do. I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs too.
Yes.
Okay.
Quite right. I think there is another topic on that which will come up later with.
All right, sir.
Those in foreign affairs, the diplomatic mission,
the consulate, yes, sir.
Consulate, right. Yes, exactly.
All right.
So now, I would say that the FIR is also responsible for implementing tax policies, regulation, initiative to ensure compliance and effective revenue collection, and it has the authority to make regulation and issue tax circulars to provide guidance to taxpayers. You get that? So those are the powers that the FIRS has as a service. So don't forget, we said they have the power to assess, they have the power to collect, and to enforce income tax and other taxes. Aside from that, they also implement tax policies, regulation, and also provide initiative to ensure compliance and effective revenue collection. So those are the power of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. So just like I said, the Federal Inland Revenue Service Board, you can find their establishments under the Income Tax Administration Ordinance in 1958, but there were subsequent amendments to that act and decree. So that's basically the law that establishes them, that's the Federal Inland Revenue Service Board, can be found under Section 3, right, of the Income Tax Ordinance of 1958. So the composition, right, of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, we have the Federal Inland Revenue Service Board. We have the executive chairman, right, who doubles as the chairman of the board. You get that? The executive chairman of the service, who doubles as the chairman of the board. When I say board now, I mean Federal Inland Revenue Service Board. We also have the representative of Attorney General, the governor of Central Bank, representative of Federal Ministry of Finance, the group managing director of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, right? The Controller General of the Nigerian Customs, the chairman of the Revenue Mobilization and Allocation and Fiscal Commission, the Registrar General of the Corporate Affairs Commission, the Chief Executive of National Planning Commission, and 6 members, right, with relevant qualification and expertise, who shall be appointed by the president to represent the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Then, the duties of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. We have the collect, that's tax assessment and collection. That is, they are responsible for assessing and collecting various federal taxes, including but not limited to the company income tax, personal income tax, right? Value-added tax, withholding tax, capital gain tax. They also, as part of their duties, do tax registration, taxpayers registration by giving out a tax identification number to facilitate compliance and record keeping. They also do compliance enforcement, tax compliance enforcement. So by conducting tax audits, investigation and examination of a taxpayer's financial record to ensure accurate reporting and payment of taxes. They also do, they also engage in tax education and awareness. They conduct the taxpayers education and awareness program to inform taxpayers about their tax obligation, rights, and responsibilities. This includes seminars, workshops, and public outreach campaigns. They also do tax policy. They have a tax policy and a regulation. They play an important role in formulating tax policies and regulation in collaboration with relevant government bodies. Just like we have the federal government, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policies. Federal Inland Revenue Service is also a member of that committee. So part of what they do is formulating policies and regulation. Even in their own office, they have a unit that is called Tax Policy Unit or Tax Policy and Regulation Unit in the FIRS. So international taxation, for Federal Inland Revenue Service, they deals with companies. They deals with companies. And these companies may not reside in Nigeria. They may not be a resident company. And what the law states that we can also assess, right? When I say we, that's Federal Inland Revenue Service, and also assess the tax of non-resident companies. There's provision for that in the law. So international taxation, there's no act that says International Taxation Act or International Tax Act. No. It is the Company Income Tax Act that defines a resident company and a non-resident company. And when we say non-resident company, they carry out their activities beyond or outside the shore of Nigeria. And of course, when they are carrying out that, there is the bound or the duty of Federal Inland Revenue Service to assess this company. And don't forget, those companies that is not within Nigeria, right? They also have their own law, their tax law that guides them on how to make payment. So it is this cumulation of the tax laws of the non-resident company and the tax law of Nigeria that results into international taxation. So FRS handles matters that relates to international taxation, including transfer pricing regulation to prevent profit shifting and base erosion. Some of us that are in Federal Inland Revenue Service will have heard about what we call base erosion. That is profit shifting and base erosion. When we say profit shifting, that is you move your profit, right, from a location to another location just for the purpose, right, of not paying adequate tax. You get that? So in order to prevent that, the Federal Inland Revenue Service also handles matters that relates to that, so that nobody or no company is allowed not to pay the adequate tax in Nigeria. You get that? And that is the essence of that international taxation. So the Federal Inland Revenue Service is duty bound on that. So also have the tax dispute resolution. The agency is involved in dispute resolution through the tax appeal tribunal and in collaboration with relevant government bodies such as the Federal Ministry of Finance. So, of course, when we are talking about tax assessment, there is bound to be disputes. And how do the Federal Inland Revenue Service handles such disputes? So they are duty bound to do that through the tax appeal tribunal or even in their own office. We'll look at the appeal, the tax objection process, and the appeal. And it's on that basis I said I'm going to give you a scenario-based question that we're going to answer. I'm not going to tell you the answer. You need to think out of the box, right, to answer this question. You refer to the notes. You refer to the notes given, and you also do some little findings about what appeal process is, what a tax objection process is, for you to adequately speak my mind of what I expect you to do. Do you get that? I'm reiterating it that you need to think out of this. It's not a straightforward question. It might look simple, right? When I give it that, it's just like 3 or 4 lines, but it requires you to think out of the box to actually answer the question. Okay? So, collection and remittance of withholding tax, they also do that to ensure timely returns, right? Timely collection and remittance of that withholding tax. They also do tax incentives. The administrators, it's administered tax incentives and exemptions provided by tax law, ensuring that businesses and individuals qualify for these incentives receives them. Cross-border taxation, that's what's it called? International taxation is also all about. Technology and automation, the agency uses modern technology and digital system to streamline tax collection, improve efficiency, and reduce tax evasion. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, I think 2, 3, or 4 years ago, it came up with the tax pro maps as a way, yes, right, of efficiently administering taxes in their jurisdiction. So taxpayer does not need to visit their office anymore before they can file their returns. And I believe some states are also keen into it. In fact, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, I'm aware they are doing that even before now. So, and even my state, Kwara State Internal Revenue Service, they are also doing the same. So technology is the in thing now, right, for efficient collection of taxes. So revenue generation, Federal Revenue Service tasked with maximizing revenue generation for the federal government agents, such as my time will soon up, but let me quickly finish this and round up. Such as the Custom Service, Economic, Financial, and Crime Commission to combat tax evasion and tax crime. So it is important to know that FIS operates within the framework of Nigerian tax laws and regulation, and its duty may evolve over time as tax laws are updated or amended. Taxpayers in Nigeria are expected to cooperate with federal in fulfilling their tax obligation and providing adequate financial information as required by law. So thank you. If you have any question within few minutes. Oh, I hope your lecturer is not here. Okay, Mr. Ojomo, quickly. Mr. Ojomo.
The lecturer is here. Maybe you can just take one or two questions.
Hello, sir. I just wanted to, because before the lecturer, I think is around the assignment, so that we can just write it down before you go, sir.
No, I'll post it on the platform.
Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll put it on the income tax platform so that you can have it. The question. And please, I said you are going to submit before the next lecture next week. Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yunus.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, sorry. Good morning. Good morning, please.
Okay.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Good morning this afternoon to everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Yunus.
Yeah, good morning. I hope we're all enjoying the class.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Yeah. So I hope we're all enjoying the class.
Yes, sir.
All right. So
very well, sir.
I'm coming. Please permit me to share my slide. A moment, please. Slide. All right. Yeah, it appears that we have increased the number, because I remember last week we were 42 or thereabout. Class monitor confirmed that, but today it appears that we have 51 participants. So the number is increasing. So for those of us that just joined, although we tried to, last week when we started, we familiarized ourselves by knowing one another, knowing what our names, we know what we are doing and our location. But because of the time, we don't have enough time, so I won't be able to continue doing that with some of you that just joined today. So, but we would still like to know you. So on the platform, let's know if you just joined. Let's know your name, where you're working, and your location. It is very, very important. All right, and for those of us that just joined the class, we have a rule, and the rule is that the class is for 1.5 hours. We intermittently, I will break the class. I will break up, then allow you to comment or ask questions. I also mentioned in the last class that the time we have is not enough for this particular course. So it means that you need to do or make extra efforts to read or gather some insights about financial reporting. Last week, I also mentioned that I discovered that it's only 2 or 3 people that studied accounting as maybe a course while they are in our institution. So which appears that about 98% did not study accounting. So it is somehow it is logical for somebody who is in the primary SS1 not to be able to handle the courses they are doing in the SS2 or SS3. Because why? Accounting has a stage, or finance or whatever. You start by first of all looking at bookkeeping. So for those of you that are in the class that does not understand what bookkeeping is all about, it will be somehow difficult. Then 2, you move to, financial accounting, FA. Some of you don't even have knowledge about it. So talk less of, we're now talking about financial reporting. In the advanced diploma, I think they are doing analysis of tax and financial reporting or something like that. So whereby you'll be analyzing it. So it's a stage. So the reason why many of you might not get it very easy is because you don't have the background in accounting. But I will try as much as possible, just like I said last week, that I will make it simple for you guys to be able to understand. I will bring in the practical aspect of it into it so that it will be very easy for you guys to be able to comprehend. All right, so before we commence today's class, I would like somebody within 1 or 2 minutes to just give us a synopsis of what we did last week. Can any volunteer? If you don't raise up your hand, I will pick somebody's, and I will call on someone to do that for us. Or can somebody just give us a brief of what we did last week so that we can continue from where we stopped? Briefly. Hello, are you guys there?
Hi.
All right, Mr. Jomo. You have the floor, please.
Yeah, I think I'll just, we talked about the meaning and the purpose of conceptual framework, then the objectives, qualitative characteristics, then what has to do with the limitations of financial statements. I think that's what I can remember for now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that is okay. Can we have another person? All right, thank you. Amina, actually, I was actually expecting you. All right, Amina, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. We talked about the underlining assumption in preparing financial statements, and also the users of financial statements and the information needed.
Good. Yeah, thank you very, very much. It means you guys are following the class. Fine, it might, just like I said, it seems like, okay, you are supposed to be in primary 5, but you decide to jump to SS2. You know, it should be somehow difficult, but if you can manage and read, go back to what has happened or what they have done in the other classes, maybe SS1, I mean, just 1, 2, 3, 4, you can match up, you can bridge the gap. All right. So I don't want to be going back, but just briefly, like both of them mentioned, last week we started looking at, okay, we are looking at financial reporting. In fact, from the course name, it's very simple and straightforward. You want to report your financials. If I have an organization, I have this organization in order for me to be able to maximize my profits. Then in order to know whether I'm achieving my goal or not, it is through financial statement I'm going to know that. So the first topic in this course is talking about conceptual framework. So for many of us that just joined today, you see that when you see financial statements, there is always a kind of format that they use in preparing financial statements. Actually, this is being guided by the conceptual framework. There is a way that financial statement must be prepared by an organization. That is what we are saying. Then when you prepare financial statements, what are you looking for? What are the information that you're looking for? So the conceptual framework made us to understand that there are some qualitative characteristics of this information that you should look for in the financial statements. And it says that information that we need in the financial statement must be relevant to me, the users of these financial statements. And also, this information, it must be relevant. It must be, remind me of the second one. Can somebody remind me of the second one?
Faithful representation.
Thank you very much. It must be faithfully represented. Yeah, it must be free from error. And why do you need this information? Every one of us will get information in order to make decisions. The same thing applicable to financial reporting. And my colleagues that just left the class now, Mr. Taufik, is talking about what the tax authority FRS will do. And for some of you who are working with IRS, tax authority, you need information to assess the organization or an individual. If you don't have information about me, you won't be able to assess me. And tax is not about assumption. So you need information. So that is why I always say that where the work of accountants ends, that is where the work of somebody like us as tax practitioner, even tax inspectorate, we start. because you need information. So last week we looked at an illustration, and that is what you are seeing on your screen. So we talk about the first one is talking about illustration one. We have talked about relevant information that somebody will need. Then the second one that has to do with information, if the information is relevant, is materiality. And the conceptual framework define materiality as something that if you remove it, it will have impact on your decision. If that information is either not complete or is not precise, it will have, if that thing, that impact of that thing being removed, or if you have a misinformation or misstatement or error, it can affect your decision. Then that means that thing is material. That is materiality. So another illustration is still talking to the first illustration. It's a Madlands Limited has extended loans of 1 million naira to directors at December 2019. So the question is, I know you have the slide with you now, so I'll just be talking to it, but you two can just add 1 or 2 things to it. So the question is now, what is the implication of this loan on the investors, investors of Madlands Limited? Yes, Madlands has, if you check the previous example, Madlands has retained earnings of 1.2 million. And don't forget, Adeojo, because of the fact that Adeojo saw that, oh, Madlands has retained earnings and they still made 600,000 naira profit the following year. It suggests that, oh, they will be comfortably be able to give dividends. So that's why Adeojo wanted to invest. However, Madlands gave loan of 1 million naira to the directors. Where is this loan coming from? It's not that they went to borrow money to give loan to the directors. They are picking out of the money they have in their account. So we suggest that they might be taking 1 million out of the 1.2 million naira they have in the retained earnings. So this is highly material, because if you take 1 million naira from 1.2, it will remain just 200,000 naira. Well, how would Madlands be able to give dividends to the shareholders? So this information is very relevant, and because it is highly material. So that is what this illustration is saying. Just like you have the answer here, loans to director may affect a user's decision to invest in an entity, irrespective of the monetary amount of the loans. Therefore, the director's loan of 1 million naira we consider as information that is relevant to what? To the user. All right, we have another illustration. This one is talking about a relevancy, but non-material. So the information is relevant, but it is not material. What is it? Madlands disposed of machinery on the 31st of October 2019, 40,000 naira. For 40,000 naira, and they have a loss of 10,000 naira. So even though this money is not that much, but the fact that they made loss is very, very important. You can think wide to look at, oh, if this organization is selling his machinery and is making loss, how have they been using the machine? Who are those people in charge of the machines? So these are the very good information that can aid the decision of the users of the financial statements. So all in all, for those of us that just joined the class, what we are saying is that information in the financial statements must be relevant in order for you to make good decision. So this relevance now has to do with, it has to do with one, sorry, excuse me. This information has to do with one, how material is this information? How material is it? How can this thing affect my decision? And at times, it might not be material. In fact, company can say they sold something that worth 50,000 naira and they made a profit of 25,000 naira. I mean, 10,000 naira. You can look at what the company is doing, the quantum of what the company is doing. Company is doing maybe hundreds of millions of naira revenue or projects, but they sold something for 50,000 and they made 10,000 naira. You look at 10,000 naira is very, very small, but that can also help in making decision that, oh, if they can sell this thing for 50 and they make 10,000, 10,000 naira is small. It means if they sell many of that, it will bring about, that is about 10%, 20%. So 20%, look at it. If they now sell more of that, that means company can make more profits. So it's very, very relevant, though it is not that material. So these are the things that we are talking about. So information must be relevant. Information must be faithfully represented. So let's take a look at faithful representation of information in the financial statements. But don't forget, as you lay your bed, so you lie on it. If you prepare financial statement for your organization, thank God we have ABC Limited. Let us deceive ourselves that we made 50 million naira profits. No problem. The day we want to use that 50 million naira, we'll be looking for that money, we will not find it. So your financial statement must be what? Faithfully represented. I know some of you must have heard about what we call window-dressed financial statements. Those people are also doing it for a purpose, and it's common in the tax system. That is, the organization that doesn't want to pay much, they will reduce their revenue and increase their expenses. The financial statement is not faithfully represented. If we were to be in advanced countries, in fact, I heard of maybe, is it Australia? They jailed one accountant for preparing financial statement, a doctored financial statement, a window-dressed financial statement. I know it's getting there. Nigeria will soon get to that level because at times, some of us that are accountants, majority prepare financial statements that does not really represent the activities of the organization, thereby misleading the other users, especially the government, for tax purpose. So let's take a look at faithful representation. So this implies that the financial statement prepared and presented is what? Reliable. Reliable. And let me tell you, I know my colleagues will talk about tax audit later. If what the entities are preparing, I don't think there will even be need for tax audits. You agree with me? If the financial statement prepared by taxpayers is showing the true and fair view, there is no any form of maybe trying to window dress, and they present it the way it's supposed to be, you might not even need to do the tax audit. All right? So the financial statement must be prepared with all honesty to show the actual transaction that occurred during the period. To be useful, financial information must be faithfully what? Represent the event that it claims to represent. So faithful representation requires information relating to an event to be complete. So if your financial statements will be faithfully represented, information there must be what? Completed. And it must be neutral. It must be free from errors. So let's take a look at it one after the other. You said the information must be completed. But somebody who is preparing financial statement does not have the knowledge of accounting standards, does not know the trends, does not know that there are some things that have changed in preparing financial statements. How would that financial statement be, information in the financial statement be completed? And neutral. Don't be biased. Don't prepare the financial statement in a way that you want to use it to suit your own benefits. And of course, your financial statement must be free from errors. So once these three components are there, then we can say your financial statement is faithfully represented. Completeness, what does it imply? Like I said, it means that your financial statement should include all information necessary for the users to understand the financial performance. I've told us that it is used to call financial performance used to be called a profit and loss account. For those of us that just joined, we used to call it profit and loss account. But now you can call it statement of profit or loss account, or you can say statement of financial performance. And we have financial position. So it will give you an understanding of the balance sheets of the reporting entity, including all the necessary descriptions and explanation. So that is what will make your financial statement to be completed. So for some people, in fact, I've seen many financial statements that are prepared by some of our colleagues. You will not even be able to get some information that you need because they are not professionally up to date. Financial statement is giving reports about an entity. Is giving financial information, both financial and non-financial information about the entity so that the users can be able to make economic and decisive decisions. On the other side, neutrality implies that the financial statement should be prepared without bias or intention to favor any particular group. I don't think this is actually happening in Nigeria because I don't know, the government, the utilization of the taxes made some of these people to even wanted to like, no, I don't want to pay much. Because if you look at it, some of these organizations they are like local government on their own. They provide, in fact, you need to get security at your gate. You have one at night when you leave the office. You have to get generator, no good road and all that. So maybe this is one of the reasons why some of them are preparing window-dressed financial statements. That is, information must not be manipulated in any way in order to influence the decisions of users. So this is talking to, window-dressed financial statements. So you must be neutral. Don't prepare financial statements in order to reduce your taxes or tax evasion or avoidance. Fine, tax avoidance is allowed, is legal. I believe my colleagues will talk about that much later. So it must be free from errors. This implies that the financial statement should be free from errors, whether material or not. There is no how financial statements of somebody who is not grounded in accounting standard will be free from errors. Because conceptual framework made us to understand that there are guidelines, rules, and there are underlying assumptions that you must apply while preparing financial statements. So if the accountant in an organization, if you're an accountant in this place and you're working with an organization, you need to, step up in upgrade yourself and understand the trends in accounting system. So it implies that there are no error or omissions made in the narration of the transaction and the process by which the financial statement, the financial information was produced. Faithful representation. If you prepare financial statements, don't forget, it is not just your organization that is going to make use of it. Information contained in your financial statement is going to be useful to other stakeholders. Stakeholders such as you have the government, you have the tax people for government, investors too. I've seen situations whereby an organization wanted the investors to invest in their organization. They want them to bring money. Do you know what? They just went to overbloated the revenue and the profit. Unknowingly, the investors went at their back to the CAC and the FRS to request for a copy of the financial statement submitted to their offices. It was on that point they realized that these people have prepared a window dress financial statement in order to win the investors. Eventually, they lost it. They did not only lose the investors. How about the reputation? So faithful representation is another key area that you must look forward to when you are looking at information in the financial statements. Yeah, I think I still have 3 minutes more so that I will allow you guys to comment. But before then, let's look at this illustration that has to do with faithful representation of accounting information. Still on Madilas. Madilas Limited purchased a machine on the 2nd of January 2019 for 1,200,000 naira. You are asked to enumerate how information about this machine should be presented in the financial statement of the Madilas Limited to demonstrate completeness, neutrality, and free from error. In order not to waste much of your time, because we have this slide with us before, but I will just do a kind of voiceover and add some inputs. So faithful representation requires that information relating to machine purchased by Madilas should be what? Complete, neutral, and free from error. So when an organization is purchasing an asset, you have to state in your financial statement. In fact, we will have to, there is what we call notes to the financial statements. When you have the phase of financial statement, it's just 4 pages. I will share with you a sample of financial statement, IFRS standards, so that you have a better understanding of what I'm saying. And for those of us that are working with tax authority, so that when you see one, you can be able to say this financial statement is not IFRS compliant, and you can reject it. So organization must be able to state, in fact, the year this asset was purchased. If possible, you can state, is it second-hand, so that one can understand how you depreciate that very particular asset. You can also state the policy on how you depreciate your organization equipment and all that. So that will make the information about this particular asset to be faithfully represented. So completeness requires that the machine be included with other machinery in Madilas' financial position. Definitely Madilas will have other assets. So make sure this is also included. And this is why I said, for those, I know the accountant in the class will understand what I'm saying better. That is, they know how to arrange it. You must have what we call asset schedule. So you must add, for instance, maybe the company just acquire another car and they have 3 before. You're going to add this new one. And this has to do with financial accounting. But some of us that have not done that, we are in financial reporting. So it would be good for me to be doing that. It will be as if I'm taking some of the people that already understand that, taking them backward. All right? So, and that is a clear statement of the way in which the group of assets is valued. So when you acquire an asset, you have to value it. You have existing assets. How much does it worth? You have additional one you just acquired, add it to it. That will tell you what. So you are showing the information about these assets. So the machinery is likely to be valued at cost, what? Less accumulated depreciation. So we're going to get to that when we are looking at each standard. Neutrality requires that information is presented without bias. Don't go and inflate the price. We have seen it there. The money is 1 million naira. I mean, is it 1.2 years? Don't go and say it is 1.8 or 2 million naira. Maybe you want to win somebody's heart. Thus, information relating to Magna's machinery should not be manipulated to increase profitability. That is, it will be received favorably or unfavorably by what? By the users. And of course, it must be free from error. We're going to talk more about that, but let me just talk about free from error. And I said earlier that there is no how your financial statement will not be free from error if you don't understand the standards that guides the recognition of that asset, how to measure the values of these assets and all that. Because, for instance, that very asset that Mandelas purchased for 1.2 million naira, maybe that is the purchase price. There is one accounting standard that says that the value of an asset should include the purchase price, that is the amount you use to purchase that very asset, plus all the attributable costs that will bring that asset to its permanent use. So if that is the case, if we have other costs, if Mandelas have incurred an other cost, maybe cost of transportation, agency, and all that, it should, if this is not considered and capitalized, it means this is, there is an error. So that is what all this is talking about. So on this note, I think we have ended that part of this topic. So let me permit you guys to ask 1 or 2 questions for the next 1 or 2 minutes so that we can continue from here. Class monitor, kindly unmute anybody that wants to comment or ask question. And like I said earlier, our rule is that if you have any question, you have to raise up your hand before we permit you to talk. Thank you very much, everyone. Class monitor. All right, thank you. Okay, class monitor, you want to talk? You have the floor, please.
All right, sir. Just a simple question, sir. In financial reporting, sir, is it if you've given us so many emphasis on errors are not allowed, mistakes are not allowed, what happens in the case of an error? Does it become a criminal offense, or is it liable to? Because I know we are all human beings. No one can be 100% perfect, sir. Is it a criminal offense?
Thank you very much for that question. That's a very good question. So, well, if I do that error intentionally, it is a criminal offense. Take, for instance, I'm bringing financial statement to your organization, knowing fully well that we had the profit of 5 million naira, and we're supposed to pay tax of 1.2. But because I don't want to pay 1.2, I now increase the expenses or reduce the revenue of the company so that we can pay 200,000. Tax evasion is criminal. So should this now happen in error, that's why accounting is a very good work. I will be an accountant over and over I come to this world. My name is Babatunde. The last time I came to the world, I was an accountant. I know, do you remember? Who is Yetunde here? Okay. So I'll continue to be an accountant. Okay, now let's take a look at it from this angle. When doctor makes mistakes, sorry to say this, I'm not supposed to, but let me just say it. Information has it that it was the nurse that gave injection to Mohbad. So that might be an error. So if error happens by a doctor, it can lead to death. If a lawyer should make error, it can lead to somebody to go to jail. Should an engineer make error, we have seen many buildings collapse in Lagos. It will be catastrophe. Many lives will be lost. But should an accountant make an error, do you know what you would do? Honestly, it's just to adjust. So, class monitor, once this error is identified, what you just do is you do adjustments. So once it is identified, you know, we are human, so it's normal to make errors. In fact, there is even a provision, there is a standard that guides how to treat error in accounting. How about that? So I believe this must have answered your question, class monitor.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Any other comment or question, please, before we proceed? All right, since there is no comment and question, let's continue. So how do we now apply these fundamental qualitative characteristics? We have identified them to be two. We said one of the characteristics of the financial information, the qualitative characteristics, is that it must be relevant and it must be faithfully represented. So financial information must both relevant and faithfully represented if it is to be what? Useful to the user. Because if you have wrong information, definitely it will lead to wrong decisions. So information is not useful if it is not what? Faithfully represented, or if it is relevant but not faithfully represented. So you see that the way it can be faithfully represented and not relevant. It's just like organization giving you information about their director that just bought Land Cruiser. Yes, the man actually purchased Land Cruiser, but what is the relevance? It's not useful to the user, and it can be relevant, but not faithfully represented. You can give information that, okay, like just for instance, that money, the equipment that Adeojo purchased for 1.2 million, but they have incurred some other costs, but they didn't mention it. It is not faithfully represented. So we have the illustration there, and I also have the solutions to those suggested solutions to these illustrations. So I don't think it is necessary for us to be reading this because we still have a long way to go. So let's talk about those things that will now enhance the qualitative characteristics of the financial statement. The things that will enhance it, that will make it to be very, very fair, that will make it to be very useful. So these are the features that further improve the usefulness of what? Information that is relevant and faithfully represented. Number one is that the information contained in the financial statement must be understandable, understandability. This is one of the things that will enhance the quality of information in the financial statements. Just take, for instance, you give me information, but I don't understand it. How do I make use of this information to make decisions? And that's why at times some people want to engage the service of professional accountants to come and interpret the information in the financial statement since they don't understand it. And that is what IFRS is doing now. If you see a typical financial statement, IFRS compliance, it's always very easy for you to interpret. So understandability is one of the things that will enhance the qualitative characteristics of financial statement. Then number two is comparability. You must be able to compare this information. And for those of us, you wonder when you see financial statements, you see one particular line, year 2020, another year 2019. And let me tell you, the current year always be at the left, while the preceding year will be at the right. It's for the purpose of comparability. Another thing in that line, comparability, is that you should be able to use financial statement of one particular organization to compare with the other organization, provided they use the accounting standard, the same accounting standard, and they are operating in the same sector. So this will further enhance the information you are getting from the from the financial statement. Verifiability is another one. You must be able to verify the information contained in the financial statement if the information will be useful to you. You must be able to verify it. Oh, you said you have revenue of 100 million. I should be able to look at your books and I see the receipts, and that is what the auditors does. They want to verify all the information contained in the financial statements. Oh, you said you have acquired, just like Mandela said earlier, that they acquired an equipment, machinery equipment worth 1.2 million. This is the receipt. Can we verify it? Yes, it's there. Yes, verifiability. I must be able to verify the information contained in the financial statements. And lastly, for the financial qualitative characteristics to be enhanced or to be useful to the users, it must be timely. It must be timely. Okay, I need information to make decision on investment decision, but you're not giving me the information as at the time I need it. You're giving me the information maybe a month after I needed it. It is useless. So these four features are going to help in enhancing the qualitative characteristics of the financial statements. Yes, I have them one after the other with explanations and the examples. But I don't think it is necessary. It's worth looking at this one after the other. The explanation I just gave you are very, very straightforward. By the time you are reading it, it will speak to it better and you understand it. So there's no need for me to be looking at all this again. So I would like us to just move to the next head. So we have limitations of the financial statements. Yes, financial statement will give you information to make decisions. However, don't forget, financial statement cannot do everything for you. So there are some things that financial statements cannot really give you. So which we call the limitations. So the limitations of financial statement are those factors that a user should be aware of before relying on them to any extent. You are before one is to be. So you need to know that, oh, if somebody is telling you, don't rely on it. All the information you have, you can't have 100%. It's not possible. Even with the auditors, it will get to a point that when we go and audit financial statements, there are different approach to audits. We have what we call substantive approach, whereby you check everything. But even at that, you can't still have 100%. So the users of the financial statement should have at the back of their minds that, okay, the information here, but if it is 50% and above, all right, then you can make your decision. If you have 60%, 70% correct, you're good. So if users are aware of these factors, it could result in a reduction of invested funds in a business or action taken to investigate further. Only that if they notice that, oh, are you saying this thing is not 100% correct? It will give that person a caution of, should I go ahead with this decision or not? So the following are the limitations of the financial statements. Why? Number one is that dependence on historical cost. Financial statement talks about historical. I believe we all agree that it is what has happened in the past that you come and report. You can only report what has happened. You can't report what has not happened. You only do forecast for what has not happened. But you report what has happened. So what that suggests is that financial statement depends on the historical cost, historical transactions. What that means, the figures you have in the financial statement that you are using to make decision, majority of us know that 5 months ago, dollar was 750, but today is 1,000 naira plus. So should you now rely on the information based on what you have in the financial statements to make decisions? So you have to be cautious. So these are the limitations, because financial statement depends on what? On historical cost. In the same vein, inflationary effects. Financial statement cannot control or stop inflation. You have prepared the financial statement. You said the asset of an organization worth 500 million. But that does not mean that it can be 500 million naira now. It might be more or less, depending on the inflation of that country. Another aspect that's giving you a limitation on the reliance or over reliance on the financial information is what we call intangible. It is intangible assets. They are not recognized. Sometimes organizations don't recognize intangible assets. I know the accountant in the class, we understand what intangible assets means. Why some of you that are not accountants might not understand it. So on this note, I want to advise, so anything that you come across or I say that you don't really understand, write it down, go and know more about it, because we need all this in our further classes. Financial statement is based on specific time period. You see, financial statement for the year ended 2022. It's not talking to 2023. It is the financial information and performance of an organization in the year, that very particular period. That can serve as another limitation. It's not always comparable across companies. Yes. You can't compare them across all the companies. In fact, companies working in the same sector, if you want to compare the financial statement prepared by Dangote with that of another company that is not operating in the same sector as Dangote, and you want to compare it, you have to consider who are those people in charge of the preparation of the financial statement in that place. What are the accounting standards, accounting system they are using? Do they have people who are well grounded in their organizations? So that is why it is not always comparable across the companies. Fine, you can compare them, but just like I said, it has an extent you can be able to rely on it. Yes, financial statement is subject to fraud. Is it not human being that is preparing it? Have we not been seeing the widow dress financial statements? Like example I gave earlier, scenario I gave earlier that somebody wanted to invest and they inflated all the things in order to convince the investors. But he found out that what they submitted at FRS is different from what they submitted to him. So it is subject to fraud. That's another limitation. Non-inclusion of non-financial issues and their discussions. This is the new trend in the accounting profession. It is now that, no, don't always in your financial or annual reports, report only financials. There are some people that are not really grounded in accounting, but they are looking for some other things to know whether to invest in the organization or not. Information or reporting that has to do with what? Sustainability reporting. We call it integrated reporting, though maybe we can talk about that much later. So financial statements, gone are the days, they don't usually include non-financial issues. And at times, these non-financial issues can make the users of the financial statements to make adequate decisions. Not verified or reviewed by the what? Auditors. Not all the financial statements prepared by organizations that are audited. Not all the financial statements. And I want to ask a question now before I move further. Or let me just say this one. The next one is that no predictive value. Let me quickly ask the question. Who prepares the financial statements? Is it the auditor, the management, the shareholders? Class. I don't want Amina to talk, and I don't want one other person to talk. I know the accountants in the class. So who prepares the financial statement before we move on? All right. No. Class monitor. No. Okay, let me allow Kasim. Kasim Muronke Salamatu, you have the floor. Who prepares financial statement? The auditors. Okay, Kasim Muronke said the auditors. Okay, good. Akiola Falashade, you have the floor. Who prepares financial statement? Auditors. Okay, yes, good. Okay, Fagbemi Victoria, who prepares financial statements?
Auditors.
Auditors. Idris Onifade, who prepares financial statements?
The accountants.
Oh, the accountant. Okay, accountant of where, sir, please?
Of the organization.
Of the organization. Okay, I think I will want to take that for you. Joy Ojuku, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was about mentioning the accountants before the previous person spoke. The accountant of the organization.
All right. For those of you that said it is the auditor, I think you got it wrong. You got it wrong. Anyways, that's why we are in this class. Auditors don't prepare financial statements. Auditors are not preparer of financial statements. They are to audit financial statements. So management prepares financial statements, but with the help of the accountants, please. So that's why when this guy said that it is accountant. Sorry, can you mute that person, class monitor? So it is not the auditor that prepares financial statements. You might be correct when you say accountant of the organization prepares the financial statements, But generally, it is the management that prepares financial statements. It is the management that prepares financial statements because they are the one that saddled with that. They have entrusted the management of this organization, and they must give what we call a report. What's the name again? They must give reports of whatever they must have done. So, but they can't do it. It is the accountant that will help them. So please know that for today, it is not the auditor that prepares the financial statement. Auditor only audits the financial statement prepared by the organization. So let's continue. Financial statements. Are you there? Are you hearing me?
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So financial statements are normally quite useful documents, but it will guide users to be aware of what? Preceding issues before relying on them for financial decisions. So just like I said, financial statements information are historical. It talks about history. It's talking about history. It's talking about what has happened in the past. So be guided for the you that are using the financial statements. For instance, you people that are working in the tax authority, don't look at the financial statement of an organization that made 500 billion naira revenue last year, and you now assume that they still have money. You never can tell. Maybe the economy favored them at that time. If they now report another, in the current year, they say they have maybe 100 million. Don't say there is a fraud. Don't judge. Don't conclude yet until you verify. All right. So let me permit us to, I have 3 minutes more to allow us to ask questions. So let's take a look at the assumptions in the preparation of financial statements. So there are underlying assumptions adopted in the preparation and presentation of financial statements that the accounting base deployed in preparation and presentation of financial statements. And we have 2 of them, or 3, sorry. We have accrual basis, going concern. And the 3rd one is breakup. I don't know if I mentioned that here. So we have accrual basis, we have going concern. Are the 2 underlying assumptions in preparing financial statements on going concern basis. There is also a breakup basis when the accounting reporting is about to liquidate or has liquidated. So these are the basis of preparing financial statements. So accrual basis is also talking about, business is expected to be a going concern. As we have, the other day we registered a company, even though it is not registered normally. We register ABC Limited for this class. ABC Limited is an artificial individual. Do you know he's a person on his own? That is why an organization can be sued, can sue and can be sued. You can decide not to sue the owner of the organization and sue the organization itself because it's an artificial individual. So it is expected this organization to continue to operate over foreseeable future. So that is why the financial statement must be based on accrual basis. That is, you should assume that, let me say we are owing Amina, ABYC is owing Amina 1 million naira. We can only owe Amina, and Amina can only agree us, ABC Limited, to owe her because she believes that, yes, the company will continue to exist. So if you prepare your financial statement in that regard, it shows that you are looking at, that is, the company is going to be as in existence for over foreseeable future, going concern. So another aspect of method of preparation of financial statement is called cash basis. And this is the approach the government agencies or the government generally are using. You know, the government believes that, oh, okay, until when I pay cash, that is when I can recognize either liability or asset or any transaction. If I'm, in as much I've not given you money, I cannot say that I have done any transaction. So that one is called what? Cash basis. While the last one is what we call breakup basis. Breakup basis can only happen when the company is about to liquidate or the company has liquidated. So they will tell you to go and what that means is that, okay, my account period is from January to December, but I decide to liquidate this organization by April. So you are going to prepare your financial statement based on the what? Breakup basis, because you're going to stop at April, because that's the year you are stopping the operation of the organization. So these are the assumptions in the financial preparation of financial statements. So I have explained all this because we have a long way to go. I wouldn't want to be repeating them one after the other. So the accrual basis is there. You know, it states that the financial statement and events should be recognized or reported in the accounting period when they actually occurred. So if we are buying something from Amina, or Amina is supplying ABC Limited materials that worth 100,000, we take the material in from Amina, but we have not paid Amina. That's why you see in the books of some of these organizations, they will say liabilities. That means we are owing him. The reason why we can record it as liability is because we believe this organization will continue to exist for over foreseeable future, which is going concern. Every business must be seen as a going concern. Okay? Or we also, maybe we sold something to Adebimpe, all right? And she decided, she said, okay, I don't have much now. And that's in what? 1 million naira. That's why you see in our book that receivables, Adebimpe is a debtor, is owing us 1 million naira. The essence of doing this, the approach of doing this, what you base on your financial statement on is what you call accrual basis. So that is what accrual basis simply means. You recognize transaction, whether or not you have received cash or not, cash. Whether they have paid you or not, in as much as that transaction has occurred, you recognize it, you report it. Just like I said, it's either the person is owing you or we are owing that person, accrual basis. On the other side, cash basis is until when cash, is received. That is when transaction will be recognized. And that is what is happening at the government agencies and all that. They only recognize cash, transaction when cash is paid or received. They will not recognize it. In fact, there is a kind of ongoing discussion on whether on how to merge these things so that the government can also be using accrual basis and all. Some governments, state governments are already applying that. All right, like I said, the breakup, even from the name, breakup basis, you want to stop the financial statement, organization. That's when you're going to prepare the financial statement. So at this point, I think I want to allow you again for you guys to make comments or suggestion or inputs, or if you want to make any clarification. So you have the floor. Let's do that within 2 minutes. Class floor, class monitor, please open the mute. Okay. Fagbemi Victoria, you have the floor, please.
Okay, sir. I want to ask that how is financial statement prepared? Is it monthly or once in a year, or it is just the purpose of auditing?
Thank you very much. It depends on the organization. Financial statement is giving reports of what you have done for a particular period. Organization can prepare financial statements on monthly basis, but you won't call it financial statements because financial statements must be for the period of 12 months. At times, it can be 6 months. But organization can decide to prepare every month reports. You might not call it financial statements. You give report of what you have done. In fact, some organizations will have this on monthly basis like that. By the end of the year, do you know what they do? They will add all the addables. Since they are using the same formats, they know what they sold. They know the cost of sales. They will just add everything, especially for those people that know how to use Excel. They have information of month 1, month 2 till month 12. They will just drag it and instruct the Excel to add everything together. Before you know it, you have 12 months. So auditors will only go and audit the financial statement prepared by this organization to ensure that, okay, there is no error, to help and safeguard the, to assist the users of the financial statement so that they will not end up making wrong decisions. I hope that has answered your question. Hello? Hello? I hope that has answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, so I have two people, and okay, let me allow Amina. I want to be gender sensitive. Class monitor, hold on small.
Okay,
Amina,
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, I think I'm mixing things up here. You mentioned the assumptions in the preparation of financial statement as accrual basis. I heard going concern. I don't know if I'm mixing things up. Going concern, cash basis, and breakup basis. But I can only see 3 on your notes here, accrual and cash. I don't know if the ongoing is the same thing as one of the 3 itemized on your notes, sir.
All right, thank you. Accrual is in fact, go and check the meaning of accrual. It's talking about going concern. So it's the same thing as going concern basis.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
So we have accrual basis, which is also the reason why you apply accrual basis while preparing your financial statements. It believes that the company will continue to exist over for foreseeable future. So then the cash basis are like I have explained. Hope that is clear. All right, class monitor, you have the floor.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. I totally agree with you that it is the jobs of accountants to prepare the financials of companies. But sir, is there anything wrong with auditors preparing accounts for companies as well, sir?
All right, thank you very much. We are going to be looking, I think somebody raised up hand again. I'm coming, class monitor. Okay, I have Kola Difade, just hold on, I'm coming. All right, if you ask the auditors to go and prepare financial statement, there's one particular topic we are going to deal with much later. It has to do with what we call code of ethics. Code of ethics. It talks about what to do and what not to do by professional accountants. All right. So if you ask an auditor to prepare financial statement, then how would they audit what they have prepared? Will I be able to audit what I've prepared? Will I say something is wrong with what I've prepared? So that will bring kind of threats, self-review threats. It might lead to me even not doing the right thing because I'm the one that will review what I've prepared. So auditors are only helping them. Are you there, class monitor?
Sir, what I'm trying to say is, like, for instance, a company knows LRS is coming to audit them. So why not just give it to your internal auditors to prepare your book against the coming of LRS that you know they are coming to audit you?
All right, thank you very much. That's a different ball game. When we are talking about audits, audit can be statutory audit. It can be tax audit. You are talking about tax audit. Statutory audit is what I'm talking about. You can't have tax audit if statutory audit has not been done.
Okay, sir.
So now, even the internal auditor you are talking about in an organization, the duty of internal auditor in an organization is not to prepare financial statements. Is to ensure that the information in the financial statements are correct internally. That is the work of internal auditor. Internal auditor is going to be there to make sure that they comply with all the policies of the organization internally. In fact, internal auditors is complementing the efforts of the management, is the one helping them to ensure that everything is done properly. So that's the work of an internal auditor. So in this regard, the internal auditor can assist the accountants of an organization to prepare the financial statements. In fact, can I tell you something? Any organization that is doing transaction, as they are selling, they are preparing financial statements. Organizations that have very robust accounting system. If you go and buy something in shop right now, as you are buying it, once they key it on the system, it's preparing financial statements. It's adding up somewhere that our total sales is this. They are preparing financial statements. It's just for you to instruct their system to give you the financial statement of what period to what period. Now, talking about the LRS auditing an organization, tax audits. Yes, it is compulsory that the organization should invite their tax consultants. And I can tell you, not all the chartered accountants or all the accountants or all the auditors that understand tax. Tax is a different ball game. You might be good in accounting and not understand tax. So they can call their consultants to come and arrange all the documents. And that is why whenever you're also going for this kind of exercise, you always request for things like, okay, these are our requirements. You want them to provide you all the documents and information before your arrival. I hope this has answered your question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I have to another two hands. All right, after these two, I think we're going to go. Okay, Fade, please, you have the floor.
All right, good morning, sir. So you earlier stated that in the assumption of professional financial statement, government used the cash basis. But you clearly said that there are some state government that are actually giving their acquire basis a look. So my question is, how do they translate from the cash basis to the acquire basis? Bearing in mind that most governments establishment deal with cash accounts in preparing their financial statements.
All right, that's a very, very critical question.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Before you go ahead, my question is based on that too, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the cash basis. I want to ask about, is it only when the government pay cash, that is when they recognize this as transaction, or either way, either you pay to them or they pay you, that is when it is based on cash basis?
Okay, is it that way? Is either they pay cash for a transaction or for service or what have you, or they receive cash for service rendered. That is what they call cash basis.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So until that level, that's when they recognize the transaction, and that is what is ongoing. All right, for Fade, sorry if I don't get the name again. I love that question. That's a very, very, very critical question, and I like it. Fine. It's still ongoing. For some of us that are into, auditing organizations, even governments, I can tell you for free that this is one of the reasons why we are not getting some things right in the country. Because until when cash is made, fine. That's when transaction can be, recognized. We have seen in many records that governments will even get some transaction done, ask these people that they are going to pay them, and they will not pay them for over 2 years. Let's take a look at time value of money. If you are to give me 5 million naira now, and you want to give me 10 million naira in the next 2 years, I'll prefer 5 million naira now. Because in the next 2 years, the 10 million naira might not be useful. So it's still ongoing. It's not that they have started using it. But some of us that are in the system, we are looking at how they can. So there will definitely be a kind of transition. You remember when we moved from GAP, many people thought we cannot move to IFRS. But today, we are talking about IFRS. More so, we have another international accounting standard that guides the government activities and preparation of financial statements. It is called, what was the name again? Sorry, I forgot that, but it is something like that of IFRS. So it's still ongoing. Okay, I hope that has answered your question, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Do we still have any other person? Okay. Osinlaja, Frank, you have the floor. You have the floor, please. Frank, you have the floor. Frank, you have the floor.
As a practical example, when an income is earned and when an income is received, the difference is a practical example. Maybe using an assessment, when an assessment is raised, while we're waiting for the taxpayer to pay, and when the taxpayer actually paid, or any practical example that will make it more easy for us to understand, sir.
All right. In that regard, what you are doing, if you raise assessment, you are using accrual, because you will not even raise it if you are not sure that they will pay. So it's different. It's a different ballgame. Tax authority are using, because they are dealing with people that are using accrual basis. Thank you for that. Tax authority are dealing with people that are using accrual basis. So if you give me assessment of 100 million, it is expected of the organization's accountants to recognize that 100 million as liability. That is, we are owing LRS 100 million because we have agreed. It becomes an obligation. We have to pay it. All right? But in the case of government we are talking about other government agencies, not revenue organization like yours.
Okay.
And at your place, once you raise assessment, you put it as part of the money you are expecting. That's accrual basis. Why should you recognize it when you know you're not going to get it?
Okay.
But because you know, excuse me, business is a going concern, you will definitely get your money back. Your tax is compulsory, you will get it. Because it is compulsory, the organization must recognize it as liability. I hope that has answered your question. Do we have any other person raising up? Okay, Amina, yeah, you have floor now.
Sir, not necessarily the amount raised that will be realized at the end of the day. In a situation whereby there is objection or where we give best of judgment to some taxpayers, they will object, and at the end of the day, it might be 50% or even lower of what we raised that will be paid at the end of the day.
Yeah. So in that regard, that's why I said accounting is very, very flexible. Organization, LRS or an organization like yours, you have not really, okay, you have raised assessments. Let's go by what the law says. Law gives the taxpayers
30 days.
The ability to object to whatever assessment you are giving them, in as much as they have a very strong grounds of objections. So as such, you cannot call such money your money yet, but it has been recognized. But in the case of government, we are talking about Ministry of Finance, for instance, they will not recognize it. Government will not say, somebody promised us to give us 5 million, and they will say we have had the 5 million. No, until that 5 million comes. Government will give construction to some people to go and do road construction. They will not say we have done it until when they have, they won't say they have paid it for that construction until when the money is paid. That's what we are saying. That's cash based. So please, you can go and read more about it. If you have a smartphone on your palm, you have the whole world in your palm, okay? So let's move on. I think we have another 9 minutes. Let me see if I can do this so that we can end today's class and allow the next lecturer to come in. So who are the users of the financial statement? I can now see that every one of you are now understanding this better. So class monitor, my class is not difficult, as you can see. Or let me ask everybody, is it difficult?
No, sir.
No.
Class monitor
No,
said,
sir.
they said your class is always
It's engaging. It's nice.
okay, it's engaging. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, thank you for that feedback. So let's continue.
And interesting.
So, it's interesting. All right, thank you. All right,
And lively.
You are the one putting life into it, don't worry. We are here to enjoy class together. This is an adult class, so we have to make it very, very lively, okay? So users of financial statement and the information they will need. Everybody, now, do you know the meaning of stakeholders? When we say somebody is, when we say stakeholders are those people that can affect the decision of an organization or can be affected by the decision of an organization. A stakeholder is that person or an individual that can affect the decision of an organization or can be affected by the decision of an organization. That's a stakeholder. So in these regards, it is not only the, the management or the shareholders that we need the financial statement. That is why I said at the beginning that financial statement must, information in it must be completed. It must be neutral. Can somebody remind me the last one?
Free from error, sir.
Thank you very much, Amina. It must be free from error. Because you are not the only one using it. Even if you want to deceive yourself, no problem. As you lay your bed, so you lie on it. How about the other stakeholders? So those are the users of the financial statements. So there are various different users of financial statements, each with different information needs. So every one of us, they have one particular information they are looking for. What are you looking for in the financial statement, the tax people? What are you looking for?
Income and profit.
It's just profit. There is nothing like income and profit. It's the profit you are looking for, the bottom line, because tax is based on this. That's what you are looking for. If others are looking for, hey, what is their asset test ratio? What is this? You are not concerned about that. How many assets do they have? Hey, what is the equity? You are not concerned about that. What you are looking for is the bottom line, because that is what you want to base your tax on. So the users of the financial statements or information in it, number one is the internal user. I want to put them into two different users. We have the internal users, we have the external users. Who are the internal users? Number one is the owners. Who are the owners of the organization? The shareholders. If you have shares in the Dangote, even if it is 1 naira, also you are one of the owners of Dangote. If you have 20,000 naira in Transcorp ET, you're also one of the, because you are what? You are a shareholder. So these are the internal users of financial statement. Number two, management. And let me just summarize it so that we finish this slide if possible today. We have 5 minutes more. Users, the shareholders. The shareholders also want to see, what are they looking for? Dividends. They want to see the financial performance of the organization, which you used to call profit or loss. Profit and loss, rather. Let me see what the profit they have made. They are interested in the dividends. They want to see the retained earnings. As a shareholders, as the owner, that is the information you are looking for. The management that also prepare the financial statement, they want to look at their level of performance. If you give, we have given this company to Amina, to Adebimpe Edun, to Opaleye to be the accountant, to Olalade Temitope, to Dumbiri Oluwa Toyin, for them to manage it. They too, once they finished at the end of the year, they want to tell us, we have managed your company very well. And on that note, we want what? Salary increment. Come and see the profit we have made. So that is the information they also be looking forward to. In addition to what the shareholders, the owners will be looking forward to, they want to see their share base. Oh, how much is the one share of my share? How much is my one share in my company now? Is now because of their performance. The share that I bought 5 naira is now 15 naira. Oh, I'm doing well. They need all this information. And of course, the employees, salaries increments. They want to know if the organization is doing well, if the job is going to be secured in the next 2, 3, 4 months. They also need financial statements. So these are the internal users of the financial statement. Let's take a look at the external users. Who are the external users? Number one is the creditors. Creditors are those people that will give you money, or financial institution. Creditors can be somebody that will supply you goods on credits. Financial institution, bankers, they want to give you loans. Need some information about this organization. And of course, the investors. I want to invest in your organization. I want to know the level of your assets. Let me know the level of your liabilities. And of course, the equity. Before I invest in your organization, I want to be secured. Then the customers, those people that are buying goods from you. Okay, I'm buying from Leventis. Let me see your financial statements. Let me know if I can come and deposit 500 million because I know I can get, yes, they are doing well. They are financially buoyant. Generally, and more importantly, the tax authorities and regulatory bodies, such as Corporate Affairs Commission, tax authority wants to know how much they are going to charge you for tax. And government also needs your information. They're also one of the users of the financial statement. Maybe they want to give you grants. For any company that wants to get grants, they will demand for the financial statements. And researchers, there are people that do research. They want to know the industrial average of one organization compared to another one. And how will they be able to achieve that? It's just by getting all these financial statements. The students can also look at it to have an understanding of one particular sector, the general public. So I have these, I have a note for each and every one of them. I don't think it is necessary for me to be repeating this, so that by next time we meet, we'll be talking about the component, of financial statement and the element of financial statements. So on this note, it's 12 o'clock. I don't know if you have any comments. I hope every one of you enjoyed the class today, and I believe it's more interesting as we are going. Thank you very much,
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hope, are you in the class?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hope,
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
you are there. Okay, okay. All right. So Hope, I would like to hear the feedback from everyone of them.
Thank you, sir.
Anything they want us, anything they want me to. We are here to serve them. All right, do enjoy the rest of your class. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please, let's not go. Let's hold on. We briefly. Okay. Like I said at the beginning of the class, we appointed the class governor and deputy last week, but the deputy declined in the course of the week. So just in the next 2-3 minutes, we need to appoint another deputy. So let's do that fast, please. I'll nominate Ede Ivy Joan and Adebimpe Edun. So if you want Ede, please indicate. Ede and Adebimpe.
The Ebe says she's not interested.
Who?
The first name you mentioned, has put it on the chat.
Because she's not interested.
Yes.
Adebimpe
I
Edun.
would like to
Are you in
nominate
class?
Kolade.
I need a female.
Okay, female.
Adebimpe Edun is okay. Adebimpe Edun.
Is she here?
Yes.
Adebimpe, are you here with us?
Yeah, she is.
Okay, so is that okay by you?
Share your photo.
We need just one, just one.
Adebimpe is okay.
We need to see the face of the people mentioned.
Okay, I can see you, ma'am. All right. So you're the deputy class governor. You work with the class governor. Everything, you always be the co-host every Saturday, and okay, every Saturday, it is just on Saturday. Ensure that you are online. Thank you very much. I will communicate with you on the class governor in the course of the week. Thank you so much, everyone. So we meet again by 12:30. Mr. Willoughby. Hello, Mr. Willoughby, are you there?
I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, so I've made you the host now. You can make 2 more persons co-host, please.
Okay.
Uh, yeah. Múlẹ̀wà. Ṣé náà ti lọ ní abẹ́ ẹ̀rí ṣe? Inú òde lọ. Níbo ló wà? You don't want. See there.
No. Why?
Thank you.
Madam Deputy, please, are you online? Madam Adedunpe.
Mr. Willoughby, good afternoon. Our class governor.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you today?
Fine, thank you, sir.
What about your deputy? Is she in class today?
We just nominated the deputy today.
Okay, you just nominated the deputy today.
Yes,
so
sir.
Is the deputy around?
That's
Okay. Adebimpe Edun, how are you? That is good. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your morning class.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. It's just starting. I think we should be starting the class now, but I can see that we are still very few. We are about 20 students in the class now. The governor, how many are we now? How many students?
We are supposed to be 49.
49.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are just like have the class now.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Let us take the courses very seriously, please. I implore you, I beg you, so that when you become a member, you will know that you actually work for being a member of CITN, not just that you got it on a platter of gold. So I will just give you 5 minutes for more people to join. Then we'll just start off straight away.
My deputy. My deputy, Adebimpe.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Please, can you send me hi on WhatsApp? I want to make you admin on all these groups. Send me a private chat, please. Thank you. Send a private chat to me on WhatsApp so I can save your number there.
Adedeji.
Yes, sir.
Please try and pass that thing around now. Don't let it be only you that will just be.
Don't mind him. He's eating alone. It's not good, though.
That is not good now.
I'll pass it through the chat. I'm sorry. It's just snap.
It doesn't matter. Let it go around. That is interesting. Well, we cannot continue to wait for people to join. So let us just. Do I have our coordinator, Miss Hope? Are you with us? Okay, the coordinator is not with us, so. Okay, I don't have Hope around us.
She's online, but maybe she's not just there physically. Her name is actually showing there.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. One of my style in lecture is that for every class we try to do a review of the previous class that we had. And in order to ensure that we are all following, in order to ensure that we made the class to be very interactive, what I do is to call on one person to do a 3 minutes review of what we did the previous week. We actually don't need another lecture from whoever that I called. So it is just a kind of a summary. We don't require another lecture from the person. They just give us an overview of what we did last week. I know that many, if not all of you, are not prepared for that, but of course, that is the gimmick, that is the magic, so that by next week, everybody will be prepared. So I am going to call on the champion of the class, which is the class governor, to please give us a brief of what we did last week. It doesn't have to be straight to the point, just an overview, 3 minutes.
All right, sir. Last week, we basically spoke about computers, and I can remember vividly that we spoke about the various types of computer, in which you told us we have supercomputers, and so supercomputers is talking about, if I'm not mistaken, very fast computers. You also told us about mainframe computers, microcomputers as well. And for the mainframe, we're made to understand the organizations that make use of mainframe computer. I think if I can remember vividly, someone gave an example like we have WIEC, we have JAM, and so on and so forth. And we spoke of microcomputers. Those are the small computers which we're having today. Then we also spoke about, if I'm not mistaken, data processing, which you asked us a question about data processing. I can't really remember, but I think you were asking us about what turns data into information. Dash is a type of data. So basically, we spoke about types of computers and computers, basically from the best of my knowledge, sir. Thank you.
Yes, your being a governor is not an error.
Thank you, sir.
You have done it well. We look at ICT, an introduction. We try to look at the basis of ICT, and then we said that anything that is information system, that it makes use of people, hardware, software, and network resources in order to be able to perform processing. If you put a computer system down without human resources, it is not going to yield any result. So we try to look at the component of information system. That is where we started. If you remember, we have this diagram that show the charts and the flow. And we talk about people resources, we talk about hardware resources and other resources which are required for processing to take place within the information system cycle. And of course, the result of processing is always the output. You need information, and that information is the output of the processing that is being done within the information processing system. Among these components, we have the hardware. The hardware is where we actually started with last week, when we first look at the type of computers that we have. Just like Adedeja said, we made mention of the supercomputer, the mainframe, and the micro, and so on. Then when we left that, we then move, I think today we're now supposed to start with another type of hardware, like the computer system itself. The processing unit is an hardware. Now we want to look at other type of hardware. They don't forget, all this still comes together as an hardware and also as part of the component. No matter how how many hardware we are looking at, all of them are still grouped together as an hardware, and also an hardware being a component of the information system. So we have looked at all the type of computers in terms of their speed, in terms of their size, in terms of the storage space, and so on and so forth. And we have also looked at them in terms of the cost. And that is why we said that for some certain category of hardware, it could only be acquired by either large organizations or by government or by multinationals. So that is where we stopped the last week. We exhausted all the types of computer that we can actually find. Today we are going to look at input devices. Input devices are also part of hardware components. Anything that you can physically touch, anything you can physically see within the computer system are regarded to as an hardware. They are regarded to as an hardware. So most of the input devices, they will also be regarded as an hardware. I am going to share my slide now so that you can follow. Okay, so we have so many of these input devices, so many of them, from the keyboard to the mouse to the microphone, graphic tablet, scanner, so many of them. Some of them age back to even before many of us were born. As a matter of fact, when I was going through some of their history, I was surprised that some of them are dated long, even before I was born. See, some of them that I would just think that they started maybe some 20 years back. No, some of them have just been there. We will try to look at them. At this point, we want to encourage every one of us, once we are in class, let's have a little notepad with us. And if you are using your computer, you can also take your notes on the system. And of course, that is the essence of being an IT person. We try these days to be as less as paperless as possible. So if you are using your system, nothing stops you from taking notes with your system, because during the lecture, I may have another idea or a contributory idea from you. Just like I said in the previous class, no one is an embodiment of knowledge, and IT is something that any one of us could develop interest in. Some of you may have an idea which presently I do not have. So when we have such idea, then it is a plus. It is better we take a note of it. So please, from today going forward, let us try as much as possible, even though as soon as a lecture is finished, I have not given the slide for last week because we didn't finish that lecture. That is why I'm still holding on to it. As soon as we are done with the lecture, I am going to put the slide on the platform. But having said that, let us continue to take notes. So what are input devices? What are input devices? I have said that they are hardware instruments And of course, they are used for entering data into the computer. Any device that is used to make an entry into the computer is regarded as an input device. It's regarded as an input device. And of course, apart from the CPU, every other computer instrument will serve either as an input or an output. So if you have your computer, if you remove the CPU, then you are either left with an input device or you are left with an output device. Hopefully today we will still also be able to do to go through the output devices. So we will start with the keyboard. And an input device is any hardware device that sends data to a computer, allowing you to interact with and also to control the computer. So the first one, of course, is the keyboard, is the one that you and I know. But dating to the keyboard or before the arrival of the keyboard, something is used to key information or to keep data. They don't let me use information, to keep data into the system. Who really can remember or who have an idea what an input device used to be before the advent of a computer? Okay, Kolade, I recognize you. You have the floor.
Punch card.
What?
Punch card.
Punch card. That is beautiful. Aminat, you are recognized.
A typewriter.
No. A typewriter is a machine that is totally different from a computer. Here we are still talking of a computer, but we are saying that predating the existence of keyboard, there is something that we use to enter data into the system. And Kikolade actually made mention of the punch card. As a matter of fact, it is about the oldest. We have the punch card. We also have the paper tape. I don't know how many of you, I think I remember that in the 80s, if you want to send information abroad or you want to do a processing of import or whatever, we will go to Nitel or whatever it was called there. You want to send teles. So there is a way this punch card is done through a typewriter sort of, but it is that punch card that is actually fed into the system that is being read as a data to process as an information. So that is a good one from one of us. We have the punch card is about the oldest input devices. Then came the advent of the keyboard. The keyboard in most cases is being referred to as having a QWERTY layout, just like the typewriter. I went to a commercial school in my day, so in my days we used to do typewriting as a subject, and it is this QWERTY, QWERTY that you first need to master, and that is still the layout that the keyboard still have today, and it is an efficient input device. The keyboard remains an efficient input device. Then again, let's look at the mouse. let's look at the mouse. Mouse is also a popular input device that most of us know, and is also an essential one for that matter. And the concept of electronic mouse dated back to 1946. So here you can see why I said that I am not sure that any one of us here is born in 1946. So it dated as far back as 1946. So that is when the concept of electronic mouse was actually started, and it is derived from a track board. It is derived from a track board. Please try to note these dates. They may come out in your exam in an objective in an objective form. Your mouse uses a roller ball mechanism to control a pointer on the screen. Anywhere you move, you will also see a pointer that is moving as you are moving your mouse. Virtually every one of us will understand that. So mouse is the most popular pointing device, very famous cursor control device, having palm-sized boards with a round board at its base. And of course, it senses the movement, sensing the movement of the mouse and send corresponding signal to the CPU when the mouse buttons are pressed. In your mouse, we have a left button, it will have a right button, depending on the function that you want to perform. I am sure that every one of us are making use of mouse. Then also we have the joystick. We have the joystick. What actually is a joystick? Is there somebody that will be able to help us with what a joystick is? Although I have, you have it on screen, but I want somebody to actually tell us what it is, and if you have used or you are using a joystick. Anyone? It is not too popular, so I won't call on people. I just want people that are actually using it. Okay, Adebisi, you have the floor.
I think mostly joysticks are, apart from the games, I think they are usually also used in toys. Most of these toy cars, they have the pads like joysticks that makes it, move around. So I think that's.
Thank you very much, BC. Idris, let me also give you a quick one. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The joystick basically is used to control movement or actions of a digital object on a computer screen.
Thank you very much. They have said it all. Mostly, it is a gaming input, but it has gone beyond being a gaming input. It can also be used to control. It can be used to control vehicles. It can be used to control just any kind of a model. If you remember the what is it called now? Did this did this boat or whatever it is called, that went under the ground and didn't come back? The one Titanic. That yes, they were going to visit the Titanic, but I can't remember.
It's a submarine. It's submarine.
Yes, it's a submarine, but the submarine actually has a name. If you remember, most of the things that were published about the problem with that sub is that it is being controlled by a gamepad, you know, the sort of. So that is a joystick, and this is one. This is a live the joystick. I use this pay for game. Most times they are used for game, but they are also used beyond game for more serious application. So that is joystick. So it is a pointing device which is used to move the cursor position on a monitor screen. It is a stick having a spherical ball in both lower and upper ends. This particular the description describe the old joystick. Today it is no longer looking the way you are seeing it here. We have a better joystick, just like what I just showed to you. Also, we have what we call the light pen. I am sure that you also all know what a light pen is. The light pen, if your laptop has a capability to use a light pen, then for applications that can have you write directly on it through your Windows screen, like a PDF document, Adobe document, you can write, you can sign your signature directly on your monitor, and it will be processed onto the document that you actually wanted that signature to be, or the correction that you are trying to make, or whatever the comment you are trying to make on a document. So that is the function of a light pen. Also, it is not only used for laptop or for computer. We have a lot of mobile phones today that also come with this pen. And with the pen, you can do a lot with it on your mobile phone. So that is also an input device. We have also the trackball, which is also an input device. This trackball is mostly used in notebook or laptop computer instead of a mouse. Here you can see the way the trackball actually is. Well, this is not a very popular program. Really, it is not very popular. Then we also have the scanner. You and I know what scanner is all about. So the scanners are used to scan documents as an input for other processing. And also, a scanner can also be used as an input document, not for the purpose of processing. That is, it is not serving as an input to be processed, but it can go direct to storage. So what I am saying here is that with a scanner can be used as an input device, and it can be used to go directly to storage. And the scanner, these days we have different kind of scanner, and today you even have a handheld scanner that you can carry anywhere. Apart from the scanner that you actually can carry I am sure that most of you also know that Scanner today, you can have it as an application on your phone, and you can use your mobile phone to actually scan document and save the document. And you can also use your phone to scan the document and also use it as an input device. That is a scanner. Then we have the microphone. Interestingly, the microphone too updated long time ago. A lot of us, we also want to believe that the microphone is a new form of input devices. No. Of course, a microphone captures sounds and converts them into a digital format, which can then be processed by a device. So if you look at WhatsApp today, a lot of people now, they don't bother to type messages. What a lot of people now do is what? Is a voice note. So how is that possible? It is only possible because of the input device known as a microphone. So you will speak through the microphone will convert your voice into a digital format and relay it back to the recipient of that particular message. That is very powerful. In one of my classes, a student had argued that our voice could also be taken as an input device. Can we agree that to be true, that human voice can also be seen as an input device? Will anyone want to quickly address that? Can human voice be seen to be an input device? Because you are speaking and okay, let me give you the argument of the speaker. Okay, I will attend to you, Idris. I will give you the floor very soon. The argument of this person is that when you have a program that converts voice to text, his argument is that you have to speak to that application or to that program for it to be converted into a text. And so therefore, he said that our voice is an input device. So Idris, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just gave them a typical example of what I was about saying. Another example is this app for those of us that are using Apple phones, Siri. Siri does a lot of voice commands on our applications. All you need to just do is speak to Siri and tell Siri what you want on your phone, and it gets it done. So in this submission, I believe our voice also can be a form of an input device.
Okay, thank you, Idris. Do we have an objection? If you are supporting Idris, let's not raise a hand, but who is objecting to that? Do we have an objection? Joel, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. I have an objection because even though we use our voice,
can you kindly show your video? Anytime I call on anyone, I want to see you on video, please.
Sir, can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, sir. I object because we use iPhone. Using Siri, our phone has a microphone that is embedded in the mouthpiece. So one way or the other, we still use a microphone that's in form of a chip. Thanks to nanotechnology now, the microphone might not be as big as this, but it's embedded in our phone, which is also an input device. That's why I'm
Thank
objecting.
you. Thank you very, very much, Joel. As a matter of fact, in the class on that day, the guy's argument was almost taking ground, but then I quickly remember that yes, you are speaking, that's a command that you are giving, and you are speaking to a program, and the program is converting what you are saying through your voice, is converting it to a text. But don't forget that there is a medium between you and the program, and that medium is the microphone, just as Joel have said. So no matter what it is, no matter the application, no matter the program, you can never reach into it without the microphone. And if you also look at the microphone, it is not as if the microphone is also just directly doing the processing. The microphone will convert your sounds into a digital format before the computer can recognize it. And that is why we said that a microphone will capture sound and it will convert your sound into a digital format. So, Joel, thank you very much for that explanation. Honestly, in that class, I was almost giving in to accepting that our voice could also be taken as an input device, but no, we still have the microphone that is a medium between you that is speaking and the program that is processing what you are saying. Okay. Then we have the magnetic ink character reader. I don't really know whether, see some of the input devices that we will be looking at, we just have to look at them because they are already part of literature of computer hardware. So we can't skip them. Some of them are as good as obsolete. But even at that, we cannot say no, we can no longer mention it in class. Why will I think that Mica is obsolete? It might not be totally obsolete, but within the next 10 years, I don't really think that there should be anything called Mica. Why? It is banks that make use of the Mica technology. And what do they use it for? It is for reading and processing checks, right? The method involves in printing certain numbers and symbols on checks using specific link with some ion particles. So this Mica is able to read those numbers that were written on the check. So we call them magnetic ink character reader. But today, well, let me personalize it. I don't think I have issued a check. I can't remember when last. As a matter of fact, I think I had about 10 checkbooks that was thrown away last year. Who is still writing check? How many checks are the bank processing again in these days of transfer here and there the technology has made banking to be much more effective. But still, just like I said, we will still have to mention it because it is part of the literature. It is part of the literature. So a mica, of course, is being used by banks to read the numbers on check books. It is used to read number on check books. We also have what we call the optical character reader. OCR is also an input device and used to read a printed text. The OCR scans the text optically, character by character, and converts them into a machine-readable code and store the text on the system memory. So all you just do is just to take this OCR and just pass it across the text that you are trying to scan. And of course, it will be scanning them and it will be storing them in a machine format, in a machine readable format. That is your OCR. Then we have the barcode. The barcode is popular to every one of us. A barcode reader is a device that is used for reading barcoded data. These data, they are in the form of light and dark lines. If you buy any product today, if you look at the back, when you see those black and white lines, it is a barcode. If you have a barcode reader, you can easily read what is stored in that barcode. And today, everything has become so simple. The technology had made life so affordable to almost everybody. Now, I don't need a barcode scanner to be able to read any barcode. I can download a barcode scanner on my mobile app, and I can use it to also do a scan or to read a barcode. That is how technology is seriously impacting on our lives today. Remember at the opening of this class last week, we tried to look at how ICT has impacted seriously on everybody in our personal life, on businesses, in education. For instance, this is education. Now, from any part of the world, you can be a part of this class. And that has made things to be simple. The person in Sokoto who wanted to join the TAS Academy will not have to come to Lagos to come and sit for this kind of lecture. I could remember we went back in the early 90s when I was writing my ICANN examination. I know of executive managers that they will come from different parts of the country on a Friday night. Did they come and they won't go back until Sunday? Why? Because they want to attend lectures. But today, virtual lecture is now a order of the day. It is not only for TAS Academy. Even people that are studying postgraduate degrees, they are also doing virtual lecture. Believe it or not, I have a cousin that gained admission to study medicine in Canada during the period of COVID. I want to tell you that the first 2 years, all their courses were done virtually. And I begin to wonder. I said that, well, for us that are commercial people, yes, I mean, see some of our courses are English, grammar. But what about these people? How do you do most of the things you do in lab? How do you do it virtually? But the truth also, my dear friends, is that technology has gone beyond even what I am saying. I can tell you now that right in the comfort of your home, you can be assessed by a surgeon and you can be diagnosed. A lot of things can happen. As a matter of fact, in another 20 years, I don't know what technology will have made man to be. Maybe we will even have a clone human being walking on the street. Is it impossible? Of course, it is not. As far as these people are doing, they just keep investing money into research every day. So what took us there now is the barcode reader. And I said that for the barcode reader, I don't need to be carrying a barcode reader about. I can download a barcode application on my phone. If I get to a supermarket and I want, this is a life experience. I wanted to buy a TV, an LG TV. Normally, I don't buy electronics outside the authorized store. But these days, somehow, I just decided to, I saw the choice was a big one, and something just made me to scan the code that was on that on the TV, and the code is not giving me anything, and I know that it was a fake item. So this is what technology has done for us, for you, for me, and for everybody. So that is about barcode reader. We also have the optical mark reader. Don't confuse the optical mark reader and the magnetic character reader. They are the magnetic ink character reader should not be confused with the optical mark reader. They are two different machines. The optical mark reader is more or less an obsolete machine now, because I really do not see the use. It's a special type of optical scanner that is used on the type of a mark by pen or pencil. What do I mean by that? I will give you an example which is going to make it very easy for you to understand. How many of us is it? Yes, now it is right. The governor, since you are the one that I am seeing live on video, the deputy governor too, I said last week, maybe you were not around, it is mandatory. Let it be a sacrifice. You are leader. The two of you are leaders of the class. So let it be a sacrifice. I know that turning on your video is going to take more of your data, but I know that I know that you are also an guy in your office. So both the governor and the deputy governor, please, in all my classes, I don't know of other classes, kindly turn on your video, please. So, Adedeji, do you write WIWAEC of those days that they give objective paper?
No, sir, I'm old though.
Did you write the WAEC of that time that did they give objective paper?
I think I objective and theory.
No, I am interested in that old objective paper. You know, it is not, you know, till today we still do objective examinations, right? But at that time, WAEC gave us a special paper like this that you are going to shade the correct answer. I don't know how many of us wrote WAEC at that time. You are going to shade correct answer.
I think JAM too did it. Those
Yes, yes. JAM did it at the commencement of JAM. You are very correct. JAM also did it. So I just want you to be able to understand the function of this optical mark reader. It is this machine that is able to mark your answer script.
We did it, sir. Common entrance, at least everyone did common entrance, so we all have it.
Yes, common entrance. Thank you, Smaller. Common entrance too. That is what we also use. So you will check the correct answer, A, B, C, D, E. So if C is the correct answer, you use your pencil to shade C. Specifically at that time, they will tell us to use 2B pencil. Make sure you use 2B pencil. The reason they were making the emphasis there was that the optical mark reader will be able to read your answer. So that is what the function of optical mark reader, that it is function. It is used to recognize the type of mark that is made by pen or pencil. And of course, it is used where one out of a few alternatives is to be selected and marked. And don't forget, at that time, we will be given 5 options, A, B, C, D, E. It is only one that is going to be correct. If you shade 2 within one question, the optical mark reader will just jump it. It cannot read. So you are on your own. You have lost that particular question. It has to be one shaded answer. So that is optical mark reader. Then also we have the digital camera. The digital camera is also a digital device that capture images and record videos digitally and then store them in a memory card. So when your digital camera, when it takes an image or a photograph, it can also do a video. You then store it as either for later use or for further processing. Then we have the fingerprint scanner. This is becoming more or less very popular in organizations, in public places. In public places that you must have pre-registered before you can be given access. It was at the point of registration that your fingerprint is taken. I can tell you, if you want to go to NMPC today, even as a visitor, you cannot enter into their office in Ikoyi unless you must have been properly given appointment, properly processed, and your fingerprint taken. So you will have to use your fingerprint to be able to have access into their entrance. So we have this fingerprint scanner now that is becoming a very popular input input device. Also, we have the retina or the iris scanner. It's an advancement of the fingerprint scanner. Now, what this does is that it will scan your retina, right, in order to be able to give you an access. So this scanner processes what it sees, and if what it sees is right, it will give an access. Without going too further, looking for an example, most of our phones today, you either can use fingerprint to unlock it, or you can also use your face to unlock. The same thing goes with
sorry,
your.
Sir. Excuse me, sir.
Okay, Adebisi.
Sir, please, the fingerprint scanner, I just want to ask, what's the difference between that fingerprint scanner and biometric? Is there any difference? Or is this
We will come to biometrics very soon, Adebisi.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So I was saying that without going far to look for example of an iris scanner or a retina scanner, your laptop is an example, your phone is an example. For instance, the moment I open my laptop, there is this red light that beam from the screen, and it tries to search for my face. If it's not identifying me very well, it will tell me that we are still searching for you. We are still searching for you. And it amuses me that even sometimes in the dark, it's still able to actually scan my face and recognizes it. So that is how technology is actually going. These are all input devices. These are all input devices. I would have loved to ask a question, but I think Adebisi, his own question will more or less bring about the question that I want to ask. What I actually want to ask, maybe I should still go ahead and ask, is that I have mentioned so many of these input devices. Do you know of any modern input device which we have not, or which I have not mentioned? There is one on your laptop. There is one on your laptop. It's an input device. I didn't mention it. It wasn't in my material.
Webcam?
No. Webcam. Who said that?
Adebisi.
Adebisi, yeah, you are the one that also has the biometrics thing. I think you must be an IT guru. Webcam, yes, great. So webcam is also an input device, and you can always see your webcam. See, sometimes the webcam is either built in devices in laptops or external devices that users actively connect to a computer system. Most times your webcam is on your laptop, but if you are using a desktop, you also may buy a webcam. And of course, it is used to record or to live stream videos. Your webcam is used to either record video or to do a live stream of whatever you are doing. For instance, I am able to see Willoughby. I'm able to see Adebimpe now because and all of you are able to see me because our system is having a webcam and the web camera is turned on. So webcam is a very good example, which I have not mentioned. So please, in your notes, kindly add webcam. Webcam is a short for web camera. So, but don't put it as web camera. The name is webcam. So please kindly add it in your notes. Do we have any other one?
Yes, sir. I think we have touchpad and our touch screen.
We have the touchpad, we have the touch screen. All of them are just in facing us. For most of us that are using laptop, they pay for this lecture. Your touchpad is also an input device. The touch screen is also an input device. The touchpad was just like a trackpad. They serve as an alternative to the traditional mouse. So we have some people, for somebody like me, I have been so used to the mouse that I really does not really enjoy making use of touchpad. I can see the governor laughing, meaning that he might have the same problem that I have. So even where I go to where I should normally just be on my laptop to just, I can't. I have to just carry my mouse with me. I become so addicted to it. But truly, it's an alternative to the mouse. Everything that the mouse can do is also what your touchpad can do. Also, the touch screen is also an input device. You know, still, instead of relying on the traditional mouse, many modern computers today provide this touch screen. Just whatever you want to do, you just be touching the screen and you will see the movement. It's even faster sometimes working with a touch screen than working with the mouse. But also, personally, I don't really enjoy the touch screen because it makes my screen to be so dirty and full of fingerprints and all of that, which I don't always like. But still, it is an input device. Then also, we now have going back to the person that asked a question on the biometrics.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. I've been raising my hand since.
Idris, I am sorry. You have the floor.
All right. Another example of an input device is our flash drive. Memory stick flash drives.
You want to be like the man that wanted to really convince me that that human voice is an input device. Really, a flash drive is not an input device. I know why you want to consider it as an input device. You are considering it as an input device because you can pass information through that drive into the system. But
Exactly,
don't
sir.
forget that what you are passing is information. It is not data for processing. It is an output of an information. So rather than a flash drive being an input device, it is what? It is is a storage device.
Okay, sir.
A flash drive is a storage device. So,
all right, sir.
Thank you. We want to look at the biometrics is an input device that is now becoming very increasingly common among corporations. If you go to the embassy today, well, let's even leave the embassy alone. If you want to renew your driver license, if you want to do your national identification, you need to do a biometrics. And what is this biometrics all about? Is a device capturing. Is a device that is meant for capturing certain physical characteristics of a person, which will include your image. That is, we are now looking at your picture. It will also include your fingerprints. And that is where the question comes from. When we are looking at a fingerprint scanner, you know, the fingerprint scanner only scan the fingerprints, but in biometrics, the fingerprint scanner is also part of the biometrics equipment. So the biometrics as an input device is consisting of both camera. That is, it has a digital camera and it has a fingerprint scanner. Did I explain myself? Did you get?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, it's Adebisi that asked that question. So a biometrics is also an input device. So please add it as your input device. But for it to really be a biometrics input device, it is comprising of 2 or 3. In fact, it is even more than 2, because you still have a pad where you are going to sign your signature, which is also has to be captured. It is part of the biometrics process. So it is an input device which is made up of a camera and also of a fingerprint scanner.
3 in 1.
3 in 1, and also a signature pad. So if any one of them is missing, then it is not a full biometrics. It is not a full biometrics. Let me now quickly ask this question before we move on. Is there a difference? All of these input devices are part of the computer system. You know, we have the input, we have the processor, which is the CPU, then we have the output devices. And of course, all of them somehow they work together, they are connected together. What is the difference between a wired and a wireless input device or devices? Is there any difference between a wired and wireless input devices? Now, I think some people have been dormant in class. Let me search them out. Wow. Asisat Bakare, if you are in class, kindly turn on your video and unmute yourself. Asisat Bakare. Asisat is not in class. He just logged in and went away. And don't forget, you are beginning to gather -1. The next time I called you and you are not in my class, that is -1 from your continuous assessment. And I don't joke about that. Kofoworola, kindly unmute yourself and let me see you on video.
Hello, sir. I think Asisa Bakari is saying, if you look at the chat box, I think she's saying she's in class, but I think maybe she's saying
I want to see her on video.
Check the chat box. Maybe she's having a network problem.
She must not, nobody must have network problem in my class. This is ICT class. I have joined this class about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before the class started. It is just for me to be sure that my internet is working. I have about I have three modems here, so that in a Nigeria environment, all of them fumble. So if one goes down, I quickly switch. Then a lot of us now hide under that infrastructural defects to say it is network, sir. It is network. It is network that will make you to get minus in your assessment. So as far as I'm concerned, this is half minus. The next class, if I don't see you, that is -1 from your assessment. Let me look for another person. Bolaji Adebayo. Bolaji Adebayo, kindly unmute yourself and let me see you on video.
Good morning, sir. I'm trying
Thank
to
you very much.
laptop because the camera on my phone is bad, so I want to connect on my system so I can see me. My computer.
Wait, don't worry. I don't want us to take too much time, so we won't be able to wait for you. But for now, I will take your excuse. No problem. Sir. But please, you can't be attending class on phone. Please use your laptop.
Okay, sir.
You see, let us just, now I am talking to everybody. Let us just be serious. Look at the governor. He shows some seriousness in what we are doing. You can imagine I have the choice of turning on my video or not. Nobody is going to penalize me for it. If you are just listening to my voice, the impact will not be as when you also see my face. That is the truth about learning. Then, even if you are now seeing my face and I am using my phone to deliver lecture, you are not going to enjoy it. Or I'm delivering the lecture, you just see me that I am not properly seated or I am not. We have a lot to do when it comes to study. So please, from next week, we keep taking this thing to be very serious. If I ask you to turn on your video, I want your video to be on. Well, because our time is fast running, let me call on people that are raising their hand. Adebowale, you have the floor. That will be followed by Michael. Adebowale Ogunlade, you have the floor. Okay, it's like Adebowale is not ready. Michael, please, you have the floor.
I can't.
Oh, he is not even Adebowale, it's Adebompe. I'm sorry for that. Are you ready for us?
Yes, sir. Wireless device is different because it's communicated over the air. And wireless or over the air. Wireless is communicated over the air.
Okay.
And wired setup is communicated over physical cables.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Michael, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me, sir?
Very well.
Yes. The difference between the wireless and the wired devices. For wired devices, you really cannot get a longer coverage. I mean, range-wise. But for wireless devices, take for instance now a Bluetooth device. You can take a longer range of distance while you're still connected to the main device.
Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Joel, a very quick one.
Okay, yes, sir. Although the two speakers have said what I wanted to say, but I'll just add more in terms of speed. So wired devices is faster, while wireless devices that use radio wave is less faster than wired devices because there might be interference in terms of signals of radio waves.
Thank you very much. The last person, Kolade, let me hear your voice.
Okay, the last speaker just spoke my mind. I'll just wire more stable, more reliable. In terms of speed, it's faster, but in terms of coverage, wireless is better. Due to that it makes use of radio frequency or Bluetooth technology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
I
appreciate.
Okay. All right.
I appreciate all everyone that have contributed. Yes, a wired input devices, it establishes connection to the computer using physical cables. So you can actually see if we are using a wired mouse, for instance, you can see the cable with which you connect to the computer, either through the flash port or other means. Whereas in a wireless situation, you connect. Please, don't just say connect remotely. Try to use the connection mode. That is when you're going to earn your mark. You connect remotely through a Bluetooth. Yes, Adebisi.
Sir, I don't know if I wanted to ask, what is the cable you are talking about? Is it the same thing as the Ethernet network? You know, while the wireless network has to do with maybe radio waves also to connect.
No.
All right.
Here we are not talking about networking. By the time we get to networking, that is when we'll be talking about Ethernet cables and wireless. Here we are just talking of input devices. We are talking of input devices like your keyboard, like your mouse. Like we have some mouse that still uses cable. Let me just quickly see if I have one here. Yes, of course, you all know it, but suffice to say, I can still show. Now this is a cable.
A mouse,
yes, this is a mouse, and of course, it's a cabled mouse. So you have to connect it through a USB port. Whereas here is a wireless mouse. Here is a wireless mouse, and this wireless mouse too, they are also of two types. Some of them also still communicate through another device, which you have to plug to the USB port, while some can connect directly through the Bluetooth. And that is how most of the input devices will work. Some will connect through the Bluetooth, while others will connect through a peripheral cable. So that is all about our input device. Do we have any question before we move on? Is there any question? Okay, thank you very much. So let us quickly move on to output devices. Let's move on to output devices. So we have our output devices here on the screen. They play a very important role, of course, in our everyday lives by making computer interactions easier. There is no point after you have done all your processing and the end result of the processing is stored within the system. You will actually need to see the result of processing for that to become information and to become a useful information for you and also for me. So what is an output device? We say that it is a piece of computer equipment that receives data from one source. It converts it into another form. Depending on their function, output devices can transform data into various other forms. It can transform data into audio. If you have an input devices like a microphone, which converts data into a it converts voices into digital form. By the time the recipient is receiving the output, that person is getting a sound. Is that not so? Either a playback of your voice or a music, it all depends. And sometimes output can also come as a hard copy. Output can also come in a screen format. So the output device displays the result of processing of raw data that is entered in the computer through an input device. There are a number of input devices that display output in different ways, such as we have the text, we have images, hard copies, audio, video, and so on. One of the oldest display or the oldest output device is the monitor. And you and I are now sitting behind a monitor. We all have, most of us have the monitor facing us, or even your, for some of you that are connected, making use of your mobile phone, your screen is also your monitor. The monitor is a display unit or screen of the computer. It is the main output device that displays the processed data or the information either as a text, images, audio, or a video. Monitors can be external, such as those found attached to PCs, or can be integrated, such as with laptop and notebook. So with your laptop and notebook, your monitor is always part of the system. But of late too, you will see some desktop that now they are now 3-in-1 in that the monitor is there, the CPU is also part of the monitor, so they are not separated. So we have such a system coming up. Also, we have the printer. Every one of us know what the printer is. The printer comes in different categories. We have impact printer, we have non-impact printer, we have matrix printer, we have dot matrix printer. Now we have what we call the laser printer. Back then, a printer would print a page, maybe in about a minute. It will just be coming out small. But today, with improvement in technology, we now have what we call a scanner printer. Even when you are printing colored, you will see this laser printer printing them with very, very high speed. So printers are another form of output device. Then we have the projector. A projector is also an output device that enables the user to project the output onto a large surface, such as a big screen or a wall. It can be connected to a computer. And sometimes you may not even need to connect a computer to a computer. You might just take your document through the flash. Just like someone said that a flash could be an input device. In this case, it is not as if it is acting as an input device. It is only acting as a storage device where the projector can now pick information, can now pick processed data from, and then project it onto the wall or onto the screen. We have speakers. Here you can hear my lecture delivery now through the speakers, either on your laptop or through the speakers on your phone. So speakers are another type of input devices. They enable you to hear the output of sound processing, the output of a sound processing. Then we also have, is that all about the output device? Okay, a quick one. We may not be able to go to storage today. Let me ask, is there any output device that is more modern, which I have not touched? For example,
So what of a scanner?
A scanner. I think we have mentioned the scanner.
Okay.
We have, yes.
Okay.
Can there be an output device for somebody of disability, especially with sight? I don't want to eat into the other lecturers' time. So whoever want to answer quick.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
What of plotter?
Yes. The plotter is also an output device, but that is not what I'm looking for right now. Okay, because of our time. Okay, I can see Sumola, you are recognized. As soon as Sumola speaks, let Olawoni speak. Okay, Sumola.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So for the people with disability, I think there's a converter software they use that translates words to voice. Then they can translate their own voice to word. I've seen one somewhere, not directly though, that it helps those that they can be on the system and use the converter to try to translate what they are saying into words for anybody reading that cannot hear them and convert also back. So I think that's another form of hardware, sir.
Thank you very much. Have you also thought of braillers? That could also be an output device. Did anyone know what braillers are? It's an output device. It is used mostly by the blind. They were
Just heard it
able
for the
to,
first time.
wow. They were actually used by the blind. I think with the touch of their hand, they are able to read information. They call it a braille reader. It is a braille reader. It's a braille reader. Then
Sir,
finally,
what's the spelling, sir?
Exactly. That's what I want to ask.
BRAILLA, braille.
Okay, braillers.
So,
okay.
so we no, it is not braille, so it is braille reader. Okay, so finally, do you guys also know that your GPS is also an output device? GPS is also an output device. What do we mean by? Please kindly mute yourself. Who is that? Can you imagine? A GPS stands for Global Positioning System. That's the GPS that we all know. It's also an output device, and it will assist you in navigation. It can assist you in navigating roads, in navigating your way where you really need the direction. So those are output devices. At this point, we want us to stop here. I will still send the material today. We have just a little to cover, so we will cover it by the next class before we start the lecture 2. And that is the storage devices, and it's so short. It's so short. The gentlemen and ladies, I want to thank you for listening, and I also want to thank you for keeping to the rules. So please, from next week, it is going to be, I am going to really take that stand. If I don't see you in my class, if I call you, you are not there, you will be degrading your CA. Don't forget, 20% of your mark is within my hand. So you should just know that one. And it is going to be released onto you through the continuous assessment and also through your attendance. 5% of it goes to attendance, 15% to continuous assessment. I spoke last week about how the continuous assessment is going to be done. I have said that it is going to be in form of presentation. I know that your governor is working on that and will give me information by next week, because by the end of the month, hopefully you should be doing your first presentation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the class.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Who is that stretching?
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I sent a link to most of us to join. That link is just for the course students. On that link, there will be no lecturer and no facilitator. It's for us to be able to ask ourselves or speak to ourselves. Please, let's enable to join that link. In total,
You just sent it. You just sent it now.
I've been sending it in the course of class, please. I don't want to send it to the main link because I spoke to the facilitator and she told me, yes, she will not join that link. She's on every other link. Likewise, all the lecturers are on every other link. Please, let's enable to join. We should be having a total of 6 groups in total. 4 for the 4 classes.
I didn't see. Sorry, I don't think I saw that link.
Just send me a hi, please. Then I'll send it to you.
Governor. Okay.
Yes, sir. So we should be having 6 links. Sorry about that. That's how it is. 4 for the lecturers, 1 for the CITN Academy.
Sorry, give me your number again, so I can just call your number.
I will drop my number on the platform now.
Okay.
Please, let's all join the link, please. Thank you.
What are you? Sorry, class governor, have you sent it?
I've sent it. It's there already. Just go to any of the groups and look for the admin, any of the 4 groups. I'm among the admin there.
Hello, Mr. Willoughby, please make the facilitator a co-host. Thank you.
Noted. All right, you can go ahead, sir. You're a co-host. Thank you.
Good afternoon, class.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Happy
Good
to see
afternoon,
you.
sir.
Happy to see every one of you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you,
Yeah.
sir?
I
You
can
are
see
welcome.
I can see that the class is growing.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good
Well,
afternoon,
our
sir.
lecture supposed to start exactly 10 minutes after 2. So we still exercise a 2-minute patience for others to join. I can see that the number is getting increased.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I want to believe that every one of us was able to read about value-added tax as I advised last week. I also saw coming from the WhatsApp platform that there was an assignment given from the indirect tax administration and management class, and I could see the confusion. Somebody was saying it's an assignment, another person said, no, it's not an assignment and all that. What I basically said was that I wanted everybody to go and read about the similarities between tax administration and tax management. I said that was the assignment given to the class, just to go and read about it, not to write anything. If you want to jot, you can jot at your own leisure, but not to submit anything. I also remember saying that the class should read about the next topic, which is going to be about value-added tax. That's all I said. Now, having said that, I think the class can start now. It's almost 10 minutes after the hour of 2 p.m. Once again, good afternoon. Last week, we started the lecture and we considered the conceptual meaning of the title of the course itself, and that is indirect tax, administration and management. We considered in extensive manner the meaning of administration and management, and we related it with tax administration and tax management. We also discussed the meaning and concept of indirect tax, the basic principles of indirect tax, and the advantages of indirect tax. We also considered the features of an indirect tax. All of these were discussed. For instance, I remember that I taught the class that administration has to do with setting objectives, rules, policies, laws with which an organization can achieve its set objectives, aims, and goals. While on the flip side, management is just that aspect of taking decision, putting into action the rules, the policies, the statutes, the laws that have been set, which will also include staffing, that is, employing people with which to work and carry out the actions, the objectives of an organization. And in relation to tax, I did mention that tax administration has to do with the process of setting the rules, the policies. For instance, identifying the taxpayers, identifying the accessible tax, setting the laws as to who are liable to pay certain tax, when the tax are to be paid, what is the rate of the tax to be paid, how do you raise an objection where you are aggrieved with the assessment, and how the compliance can be enforced. All this has to do with tax administration. But when you talk about management, tax management, we are looking at how the administrators now will now put into action all those set rules, set laws that have been put in place. How do you implement them? And I give an example of enforcing the laws. First of all, you employ staff. And I gave example of having different directorates at our various inland revenue services. Each of these directorates have functions to perform, and they put all the actions together to achieve the desired goal of generating revenue. All of these we say, but I did mention that even though these tax administration and tax management appear to be the same or similar, they are not the same. I can see Madam O raising up her hands. Can you please, let's have you speak.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, how's the week, sir? Sorry for interrupting the class, please.
Okay.
Bolaji Wahid Adebayo's, we notice you have 2 devices connected. Please choose the one you want. Bolaji, if you can hear me, I'm placing you on the waiting room and I won't let you in again. And there's another person that didn't name his device properly. Please do the right thing so we don't interrupt the class again. Thank you. Go on, sir.
All right. So I did mention that tax administration and tax management, people have used it interchangeably, but they are not the same thing. And we try to identify the basic difference. And in the course of that, we also said that indirect tax, unlike direct tax, are basically taxes levied on stages of production, like manufacturing, production itself, documentations like transactions. And because it is not imposed on persons, that is why it is called indirect tax. And again, it is indirect tax because the ultimate burden is transferable from one person to the other, and in particular, the final consumer of goods. We also identify the species of indirect taxes ranging from stamp duty, value-added tax, custom and excise, custom duties, excise duties. We also talk about surcharges that are imposed by Cabotage Act. We talk about land use charge. We talk about the sea protection levy through NIMASA Act and some other example of indirect tax. We try as much as possible to clarify that even though capital gain tax appear to be imposed on assets, which is not person, but the ultimate payer of that tax rests on the owner of the property. So it is not transferable. That's why it is not classified as indirect tax. I also remember telling us that there's a legal framework upon which each of these indirect taxes rest. I remember citing the case of Cape Brandy Syndicate against IRS. It's an English case where their law lords held that when it comes to tax, it cannot be implied, it cannot be assumed, it must be expressly stated by the law. Once it is not stated in the law, it cannot be taxed. And I remember saying that even in Nigerian courts, same principle applies. And that is why you see where a tax authority will go to court against a taxpayer, and the taxpayer will be challenging the competence of the relevant tax authority to impose on or to collect such a tax. All were discussed at the last meeting. But before we go deeper into today's lecture, I give an assignment that everybody should read about similarities between tax administration and tax management. Let us have some discussion about it in the next 5-7 minutes. So who will bear the cat? What are the basic similarities between tax administration and tax management? Even from the discussions we had last week, we should be able to see the similarities between the two. Yes. Can we have Oladele? Tope Iyabode to speak. Any idea?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Yes, and one of the similarities between tax administration and management is that both have things in common to achieve at the end of the day. We have a goal to achieve at the end of the day, and the goal is to generate revenue for the government.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Any other person? Can we have Olutunde Oshinowo to speak to us? Olutunde Oshinowo. May we have you speak? I take it to mean that Olutunde or Shinowo is not in the class. Can we have Bakari Asizat? Any idea? I also take it to mean that Bakari Azizat is not in the class. Can we have Anthony Tovitedo speak to us? What are the basic similarities between tax administration and tax management?
So the tax, hello, sir.
I'm with you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The tax management and tax administrator, they are working together for common.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm not asking for tax administrator and tax manager. I said tax administration and tax management. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So tax administration is tax administration and tax management is almost going on the same parallel, which means that the people involved, which was backed by law, the law has been used for the collection and the ways to collect it. So, which at the end of the day, they both arrive at the same focal point. I think that's the way I can just merge the two together for now. Maybe after the more explanation, I can be able to understand more.
Oh. You have just said what the first speaker said. Can we have something else? Any other person? Our time is ticking.
Akinola Folashade, I think both tax administration and tax management, they both have a set of rules that governs them to achieve a purpose, which is a common goal. Thank you.
Okay. Well, okay, I can see one hands up. Okay, Olatunde Buhari. Let's have you speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think management are related, but
hello.
Hello.
Okay, speak up, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Administration and management, I think they are related, but not the same.
So what's the similarity? Apart from having the same purpose of, generating revenue for the government, what are the other similarities between the two? Okay, let's have Olatunde to speak to us.
I think in terms of function, the administration deals with legislative and determinatives, and what of management has to do with executive and governing.
Is that the similarities?
Yeah, they perform more or less the same thing.
Okay. Let's have Aminat Adenike Bello speak.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I think they both help in making decision. I mean, as regards maybe investments or financial activities to optimize outcomes.
Okay. I can see that I can see Oshilaja Olawale's Frank hand up. Yes, let's hear you speak.
Frank, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please speak on.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. I also
Okay.
hope the class can also
The
hear
similarity
you.
is that both are geared towards a tax compliance, and both are basically working towards taxation. Why the difference is that the administrative part of tax administration has to do with the regulation aspect of it, why the tax management has to do with the individuals, consultants trying to do tax planning on how to minimize the liabilities and taxes to pay.
Okay.
Why tax administration has to do with the government aspect of it.
Mr. Oshilaja, I wouldn't want you to set another question for yourself. The question I ask is similarities. You don't need to look at the differences. Now, you will see that when we were discussing about tax management and tax administration, I did mention that tax administration has to do with setting rules, policies, laws, while management has to do with implementation or putting into action. And in doing that, in management, you also have to administer. That is the similarities. Apart from both of them are working towards generating revenue for the government. They are also similar in the sense that when you manage, you administer. Because if you don't administer, then there is no management. And that is why over the times, people believe that when you say administration, you're also talking about management. I deliberately put up this question so that we understand the difference between the two, that even though they are related, but they are not the same thing. And I think we have dealt much about that. So let's move on to today's topic. Last week, we considered the legal framework for indirect taxes, and I listed about 4 or 5 of them, starting from stamp duties, which is chargeable under the Stamp Duties Act, value-added tax chargeable under the Value-Added Tax Act, custom and excise duties chargeable under the Custom and Excise Management Act, sales tax chargeable under the various sales tax of various states, in which case some of them are even under challenge. We also have land use charge in Lagos under land use charge law of Lagos State. We also have hotel occupancy and restaurant consumption tax laws of Lagos State and some other states. All these laws are there. And this is the basis for any tax authority to approach any taxpayer for collection. Now, we are starting with value-added tax. Value-added tax to people, they regard it as consumption tax. They say it's a consumption tax. Why? Because it is only when you consume that you pay the tax. While one will not outrightly dismiss this definition, value-added tax goes beyond consumption tax. Value-added tax has been defined to mean that tax which is imposed on the stages of production chain. Going by our background knowledge of economics, we say that there are 4 chains of production. You have the production, you have the distribution, you have the consumption, you also have the marketing. Now, all these chain of distribution, all this chain of production are involved when it comes to indirect tax, particularly on value-added tax. They are all involved. And so it goes beyond ordinary sale or ordinary consumption. So to speak, we say value-added tax is that tax levy on supplies of goods and services, which goods and services are not exempted under the Act. That's the best way to define value-added tax. But when we want to conceptualize value-added tax, we say it is a tax imposed on supply of goods and services and or production stage or stages of production chains of activities. Now, looking at the provision of Section 2 of Value Added Tax Act, which is the principal legislation, it provides that there shall be a charge of tax of goods and services. Under the Act, this Act divided goods into 3 categories. We have vatable goods, exempted goods, and zero-rated goods. These are contained in the Act. But before going into nitty-gritty of value-added tax, it is essential for us to even understand the historical developments of value-added tax. Please, the admin, kindly allow me to share my screen so that we can see what I'm talking about.
Go ahead, sir. You have the access.
Okay. Some of this. Can we all see my slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So looking at the historical background of value-added tax, it actually started in 1919, way back in Germany, where the tax was introduced. And then in 1957, France government made it a condition precedent to be a member of European Economic Community, such that for you to be a member of EEC, you have to be implementing and or charging value-added tax in your country or within your jurisdiction. So there and then, other countries of the world started applying and or charging value-added tax. And sometimes in 1991 in Nigeria, the federal military government that was in power at that time, that was during the regime of retired General Babangida, that is Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. So under his regime, he observed that each state of the federation at that time had what they call sales tax laws, and each of them charged different rates. In Oyo, it may be 5%, in Lagos, it may be 7%, in Rivers State, it may be 11%. So there are varied rates all over the country. And because of the nature of military government, it is unitary in nature. And so the federal military government at that time believed that there should be unification of laws, especially tax laws. And so
Siaki.
Mr. Olatunde.
Siaki.
Now, the military government believed that there should be unification of the various tax laws in Nigeria. And so a study group was set up by the then federal military government to look into how best these laws can be harmonized and consolidated. And so the study group, there were two study groups really. One was headed by the team of the FRS unit, I think Chief Naiju. Another one was headed by Chief Emmanuel Ejiwere, renowned chartered accountant. So they looked into the various laws and they came up with a proposal, which was later metamorphosed into what we call value-added tax decree. This value-added tax decree harmonized all the various sales tax laws in Nigeria and imposed value-added tax on supplies of goods and services, with the objective that when the proceeds are collected, it will be shared to various states where the proceeds were collected. That was the intention. So really, at that time, value-added tax was seen as a state tax laws, but administered by federal government. But then, when the federal government then saw the proceeds, the revenue coming from value-added tax, they were like, oh, there is actually a lot of money in this type of tax. And so it became national. And decree was later amended to ensure that federal government has its own shares, state government has its shares, while the local government also have its shares. And then it was legislated upon and known as Value-Added Tax Decree number 102 of 1993. Say Decree number 102 of 1993. It was promulgated and it came into force on the 1st of December 1993. That was when it came into force and it became applicable all over Nigeria. Due to the change in the democratically elected government in Nigeria in 1999, the said value-added tax decree was modified and became and adopted as Act of the National Assembly, pursuant to Section 318 of 1999 Constitution as amended. And since 1999, the Value-Added Tax Act had been compiled into the laws of Federation of Nigeria, otherwise known as Value-Added Tax Act 2004. And so, to date, we have been using the Act. As a matter of fact, in 2019, the value-added tax was reviewed and amended, and subsequently in 2020, 2021, 2022, respectively. So this is just the summary of how we came about value-added tax. Do we have any questions before I proceed? Any question? I believe we have some of the FRS staff here on this platform. If you have any clarification you can make, if you have any observation you can make. I also believe that even though the state internal revenue officials do not apply value-added tax, at least as of now, I'm sure they are also aware that there is what we call value-added tax in the country. Many of us there have been paying that tax as a result of our supplies and our consumption. So any question before I proceed? In the absence of any question, let's move on. So the next slide is showing the basis for charging value-added tax. There can be supplies of goods and services. There can be supply of items, but the question is whether value-added tax is chargeable on such supplies or not. We need to look into the Act. What does it say? Section 2 of the Act provides that a charge known as value-added tax will be chargeable where there is supplies of goods and services that are not exempted under the Act. Before 2019, the rate has always been 5%. But sometimes in 2008, 2007, 2008, there was an amendment made to the value-added tax through the finance minister at that time, in person of Dr. Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala. She reviewed the tax rate and increased it to 10%. This was not implemented for a very long time until I think just for about few months or so, when the Manufacturers Association, the business investors, the stakeholders all over the country, they complained, they lobbied the government, and that review was reversed from 10% to 5%. And that was what was codified in the Act. But pursuant to the Finance Act 2019, particularly in section 33 of that Finance Act 2019, that section reviewed and amended the tax rate from 5% to 7.5%. But again, the question will still be, what are those goods upon which its supplies will attract value-added tax? Now, the section, particularly section 46 of the Act, provides all forms of tangible goods, tangible properties that are movable at the point of supplies, but does not include money or securities, and any intangible products, assets, or properties over which person has ownership or rights, or from which he derives benefits, and which can be transferred from one person to another, excluding interest in land. These are the goods and services that can be charged to value-added tax. Now, under the value-added tax, particularly the first schedule to the Act, it divides goods and services. You have exempted goods and services. You also have zero-rated goods and services. And I'm going to explain how we have this. Can we all see my slide? Hello?
Hi, sir.
Okay,
Hi,
can we all see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now.
We can.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
sir, we can.
Thank you. So by definition, the question will be, what do you mean by goods? What is the definition of goods? The Act tried to define goods, but there's no definition for service. For those of us who wants to read more about value-added tax, I will recommend a book to this class. This book was, can we all see the book? Can we all see the book?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We can't see
No,
where
sir.
can we get it?
No.
Can we see it? That book was
No,
written
sir.
by Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. That is CITN itself. Some of us are author in this book. It's everything you want to know about value-added tax. This book, I recommend it. You can go and read it. It's very, very good. It covers a lot of things. You can get it in the institute, at the secretariat of the institute. It is titled Value-Added Tax in Nigeria. Policy administrative issues and options for reforms. That's the book. In that book, I authored 2 chapters there. That is value-added tax and power supply in the energy sector. I also reviewed I also authored another chapter, and that one is on a case law, which will also be good for all of you on this platform. If you read the case, those of you that have lawyers as friends, you can read it online too. The case is online. That is a critical review of Attorney General of Lagos State against Eco Hotels Limited and another. It's about value-added tax. You can read it on that in that book. So now, coming to the classification of goods and services under the Act. The Act has stated that supply of goods and services that are not exempted, they are chargeable. The question will be, how do you know those that are not exempted? Those that are exempted, you find the list under the first schedule to the Act. That is where you find the list of exempted goods. And from my slide, you can see the scope of exempted goods and services. One, you have some of items exempted that are, 1, basic food items, including agros and aqua-based staple food, medical services, services rendered by community banks, People's Bank, and mortgage institutions, plays and performance conducted by educational institutions as part of the training, then all exported services. All of these are exempted goods and services. So if you are involved in transaction relating to any of the items that have been mentioned here, they are exempted under the Act. There was a particular case that I am interested in. I want everybody to learn about it. That is the case of Warm Springs Water Nigeria Limited against FIRS. This was a case filed by Association of Pure Water or Bottled Water in Nigeria. This group came together as a body. They were to challenge the imposition and the collection of value-added tax of, at that time, it was 5% on the production of bottled water, including sachet water. So all of them, they came together because FRS had served them notice of assessment for remittance of value-added tax on all the bottled water they have produced and sold to their customers. So they came together and challenged that assessment to say that the bottled water they produce and sold, they are completely exempted under the Act. Looking at the matter, the case was initially filed at the Tax Appeal Tribunal in Lagos. And the court, the tribunal looked at the fact of the case to the fact that water was not listed as an exempted item or goods under the Act. And to that extent, it is chargeable. FRS argued that yes, because water is not listed on the first hand, and on the second hand, they have packaged the water into bottle or sachet. They have added value to it. And for that reason, it is chargeable. The counsel to the Warm Springs Water Nigeria Limited and others, the association, they have revealed that no, irrespective of whether water is packaged in a bottle or in a can or in a sachet, water is water. And for the general saying, water is life. Without water, nobody can survive. And to that extent, water forms part of food, and so it is exempted. They argued that basic food item includes water, because what is basic? Something that can make you to survive. Everybody eats food without water. Even the food you want to cook, you still need water to cook it or to prepare it. So the tribunal disagree with the arguments on the submissions of the appellants, which is the Warm Springs Water Nigeria Limited and the association, and held in favor of FRS to the effect that bottled water was chargeable to value-added tax. Upon further appeal to the Federal High Court, Buba J, now retired, held that what could be more basic if not water? Whether you package it in can, you package it in bottle, you package it even in any way, water is water. And to that extent, bottled water or sachet water or any kind of water, it is exempted under the Value Added Tax Act. And that was the decision of the Federal High Court in that case. That being said, the Federal Inland Revenue Service did not appeal this particular decision. And so the judicial decision of the Federal High Court has expanded the list of exempted goods and services. I need to mention that by virtue of Section 38 of Value Added Tax Act, the Finance Minister is empowered under that Value Added Tax Act to amend, to vary, and to modify the rate of value-added tax. And to that extent, and in portions of that power, the Finance Minister in 2020, portion to this section, exercised the power by amending, modifying, and varying the list of exempted goods and services under the Value Added Tax Act. And to that extent, the minister issued what we call Value Added Tax Modification Order of 2020. In that VAT Modification Order 2020, the following items were included, and that is natural gas, essential raw materials for the production of pharmaceutical products, renewable energy equipment, and raw materials for the production of baby diapers and sanitary towels. Immediately, the Finance Minister issued this regulation, this modification order. FRS issued a public notice saying that natural gas was erroneously included in that order, and advised the general public who engage in supply of natural gas, oil products, to ensure that they comply with the provision of the value-added tax by charging value-added tax on their supplies. Unfortunately, the public notice issued by the FRS is not the law. At best, it can be regarded as a circular. It does not represent the position of the law. Of course, I did mention sometimes ago, not on this forum, that the appropriate step to be taken by the FRS was to go to court and challenge the competence of the Finance Minister for amending this particular schedule, or by challenging the provision of Section 38 of Value Added Tax Act, which empowers the Finance Minister to amend the first schedule, which includes the list of exempted goods. But nothing was done. But of course, the subsequent Finance Act, which came, tried to modify again this particular order. But whether that order still subsists or not, it's only time that will tell. So I'm going to give an assignment on this particular aspect. So we should note at the end of the class, I'm going to give an assignment on this aspect. And the assignment is whether the finance minister can validly amend the provisions of the first schedule to the Value Added Tax Act. Let me recap it. You have to determine whether the Finance Act has the competence to validly amend, vary, or modify the content of or the scope of exempted goods and services under the value-added tax. That is an assignment. I will give further direction by the close of this lecture. So that is just the scope of exempted goods. So any other goods that is not listed under this exempted goods and services in the Act, it means that it is chargeable. It means it is vatable. So when you supply them, you have to charge. The next classification of goods under the Act is called zero-rated goods and services. Zero-rated goods and services are those goods that are ordinarily vatable. They are ordinarily vatable, but because of the reasons for the supply or because of the persons to whom the supplies were made, the Act categorized it as zero-rated goods. It means that when such goods and services are supplied, you just put 0% VAT on it. That does not mean that it's exempted, but it is zero-rated because you are not going to pay any VAT on it. And in your invoice, you just put zero-rated. You just say 0% VAT because it is zero-rated. An example of this, one, is humanitarian services rendered by NGOs. Where NGOs rendered humanitarian services, you have to exempt, or you have to rate it as zero-rated rather. Where goods and services are purchased by diplomats, it is also zero-rated. But the question now is, if the ambassador, Nigerian ambassador, sorry, UK consular general walks into ShopRite, for instance, and is buying things, the man cannot disclose his identity. He just buy whatever goods and services he has purchased will be valued, and the value added tax will be charged. But here, what this one is talking about is not the transaction or supplies made by the diplomat in his personal or private capacity, because you cannot be going to every month to say, oh, this is my ID card, I'm a diplomat and all that. You don't do that. All the supplies of goods and services by a diplomat is enrouted through the embassies. So where embassies take supplies, the supplies they take is zero-rated. Again, where projects are undertaken by NGOs or international organizations for aids and support, for instance, Nigerian Red Cross or Red Cross International or any other NGOs may want to receive supplies or supply some goods to Nigerian government or a state or a local government, those supplies are zero-rated. Then, We also have projects undertaken by religious and social clubs recognized by law. When we say recognized by law, those religious organizations, those social clubs must be registered under the relevant law. For instance, maybe through the CAC, you have your certificate of registration. By law, in the interest of the public. Now, in those days, we have missionary schools, we have missionary hospitals, we have missionary outfits where they render services to the public. They are not profit-oriented. That's why they call them non-governmental organization, non-profit-oriented institution. When they take supplies or when they supply goods and services for the purpose of the public, those goods and services supplied, they are zero rated. So two things from here. Where they supply goods is zero rated. Where they take supplies, it's also zero rated. So it's both ways. Why? Because in value-added tax, there's what we call input and output. It's another topic entirely. You will get to understand it when we get to that level. I will explain. So when they supply, they cannot charge VAT. When they take supply, you can't charge them VAT. You just put zero rated. Then the next one is non-export goods and services. Over the years, people have asked, what do you mean by non-export goods and services? Goods that you are exporting are completely exempted. They are exempted by law. If you look at the scope of exempted goods, once you are exporting goods and or you are exporting services, and I'll give you an example. I'm a lawyer. If I'm consulting for a company abroad, that is an export service. By Value Added Tax Act, I'm not supposed to charge VAT. I'm supposed to say it is exempted. But it's a different thing if an international company is rendering service to me. That would be an import service. So for export service is exempted. For non-export goods and services is also zero rated. I want to pause here for people to ask questions. This area is very technical. I have identified 3 classes of goods. Vatable goods, these are goods that are chargeable to value-added tax. And how do you identify them? You take a look at the list of exempted goods. Once they are not there, it is vatable. You look at the body of the law, the sections of the law. Once they are not expressly exempted, it means that those goods are chargeable to tax. So we call it vatable goods and services. The second classification of goods under the value-added tax is called exempted goods. These goods are expressly exempted from value-added tax. I have identified some of them. These exempted goods are contained in the first schedule to the Value-Added Tax Act. I did mention that portion to Section 38 of Value-Added Tax Act, Finance Minister has the power to amend to vary the first schedule to the Act, including the rate of the value-added tax. And I did mention that in 2020, the Finance Minister at that time exercised the power under the Act and amended the first schedule by including and or expanding the list of exempted goods. I've also identified the controversy surrounding that value-added tax modification order 2020, whereby the Finance Minister included natural gas as an exempted item. But FRS believe that no, it shouldn't be. Now, the third category is the zero-rated goods. The zero-rated goods are those goods which are vatable, they are chargeable under the value-added tax, but because of the persons to whom the goods were supplied or the services rendered, or the purpose for which it was rendered, or the person to whom the goods and services were rendered, the law categorized it as zero-rated, meaning that they are though vatable, but you put 0%, meaning that you are not going to charge any percentage of it. No charge on it. That doesn't mean that it's exempted, because what that means is that those goods are not exempted. It means they are vatable. But because of the person to whom they are supplied, you cannot charge them. Why? For instance, the diplomats, under the international law, the territory of any embassy in any country will be regarded as that country itself. Nigeria embassy in the United Kingdom, that portion of the land will be regarded as Federal Republic of Nigeria. Anything you are doing in that premises, you are doing it in Nigeria, even though it's located in the UK. Nigerian embassy in the United States will be regarded as Federal Republic of Nigeria. Whatever you are doing there, you will be seen as being in Nigeria. And so, Nigeria being a sovereign state cannot be violated. So you cannot be charging Nigeria in his own country. That's what it means. So that premises, so anything to be supplied to that embassy, anything that embassy is to be supplied out should not be charged national law. And so that's why value-added tax recognize that aspect to say, oh, any goods and services supply to diplomats at their various embassies, they are zero-rated. I give you an example of supply of soft drinks, which ordinarily is vatable. Supply of building materials, which is ordinarily vatable, if it were to be ordinary person. But when you supply to embassy, which is the diplomats now, you cannot put any percentage there. You just put 0%. Or where international organizations like the NGOs, if they are coming for any aids, any assistance to the country, somebody who wants to help you, you are still asking the person to pay tax, and he wants to render help. That is the wisdom behind it. That, oh, if they are helping us, we cannot charge VAT. What you do is to put 0%. I believe I have said much on this. If you have any questions, please speak now so that we can clarify whatever controversies that may be. Yes, I can't see anybody's hands up. I believe all the explanation is clear. Although I can see, okay, Bolaji Waheed Adebayo, you want to say something?
Not really,
Any
sir.
question? I take it to mean that there is no question again. So we have to proceed with our lecture. But before I move on, I hope the question I ask as our assignment is clear. If it is not clear, please ask question.
It's not clear, sir. I hope you still send it to us.
I will put it on the platform. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. I need to say this. I can see that we have over 50 students on the platform now. This is just 52. Okay, well, minus myself and the coordinator, meaning that we have about 50 students on the platform. You have good 5 days to do the assignments, but I only have 1 day to read and mark because everybody will not submit at the same time. So I give you up to Thursday this coming week by latest 6 p.m. to submit the assignments. The email address I'm going to submit the assignment to, I will post it on the platform. Anything after 6, your paper will not be marked. Please, let us assist each other. I like to give this time so that I too will have opportunity of reading through your responses. That will also enable me to make relevant corrections where you are going astray. I can say, oh, I have read all your papers. This should be the appropriate answers. The whole essence of this course is not just for you to pass, but for you to also acquire that knowledge. It's very, very important and very key. You should be able to defend the certificate you are going to earn at the end of the day. I can see somebody's hands up.
Yes, sir. Akiola Folashade, sir. Sir,
Okay.
please, I just want to know examples. Are you going to give us examples of VATed goods, exempted goods, and zero-rated goods?
Now, if you look at the slide, let me go back to it again. If you look at this slide, I said scope of exempted goods and services. Some of the items exempted are 1, basic food items, including agro and aqua-based staple food. When you are talking about basic food items, Madam Akinola, give me an example of basic food item.
Basic food, rice.
Yes.
Yes. Beans, just normal rice.
So when you supply these goods, in their basic nature form, it is exempted.
Okay, sir.
Clearly and completely exempted under the Act. That was why I cited the case that water, even though water was packaged, in that case, it was a packaged water, bottled water, so to speak. The challenge is in court, and the court said, water, whether you package it, either in a can or bottle, it is exempted, water and water.
Okay, sir.
So that's an example. So medical services, can you see on the screen? Medical services. Sir. When doctors perform their surgery, they attend to patients in the hospital, they are actually rendering services. They are services. Okay. When you women go for your prenatal and antenatal or postnatal, the doctors are rendering services for you, and you pay to them. Even though they earn money, the law is saying that medical services, they are exempted. The question will be, what about if the medical outfit is buying its materials like medications? Is it exempted? We have authority, even by the exercise of the value add of the finance minister. It included pharmaceutical products. Okay. That it is exempted. When you talk about services rendered by community banks, even though we no longer have community banks, bank and also People's Bank and mortgage institution, we no longer have People's Bank, but we still have mortgage institutions. So their services, the services they render, they are also clearly exempted. Yes. And we know what mortgage institutions do. They give out loans for the purpose of building houses. But don't forget, this same transaction, this kind of services is being rendered by commercial banks. But commercial banks, when they render such a service, it is not exempted.
because they are not mortgage institutions. Now, plays and performance conducted by educational institutions as part of the training. Now, this one, you will see that almost every university in Nigeria, if not all, most of them, they have faculty of arts. And in the faculty of arts, many of them have department of art and theater or theater arts or performing arts. When this kind of departments organize a stage play, even when they collect money, but it can be proved that it forms part of their training, it does not attract value-added tax. It is clearly exempted. That is why they said plays and performances conducted by educational institutions as part of the training. When I was in school, we had some of our performing theater art students. They staged The Lion and the Jewel, and we paid money as gate fee. People came from outside, but that is also a service. What the law is saying is that it is exempted. Unlike where you have African troupe or Nigerian troupe staging a play or making a performance at National Theatre in Orile-Gomu for a fee, that is not exempted because it's not an educational institution. Or maybe you have a theater group, the NATAP and Panthers associations in Nigeria, all of them, when they render performance at cinemas and galleries, they earn fees. Those ones are not exempted because they are not educational institutions. Now, I also talk about the expansion of the list where the finance minister has included natural gas. We all know what natural gas is, but I have identified the controversy regarding that. Then, essential raw materials for the production of pharmaceutical products. Don't forget, we have mentioned medical services. They are exempted. Now, this order is saying raw materials for producing pharmaceutical products. They are also exempted. We also have renewable energy equipment. We are not talking about renewable energy itself. Not the renewable energy itself, the solar energy, the wind energy, the green energy. We are not talking about that supplies, but we are talking about the equipment used for it. Those of us that are into solar technology, you understand what I mean. There's what we call diodes, polars, nodes. These are equipment used for generation of renewable energy. All those equipments, when you import them, when it is supplied to you, when you supply it, it is exempted by this order. Then raw materials for the production of baby diapers and sanitary towels. Now, textiles is not exempted. Clothes, towels, name it, shoes, they are not exempted. When you supply all of those things, they are vatable. But once it is raw materials for the production of baby diapers and sanitary towels, for instance, a farmer who is producing cotton, who is growing cotton and is supplying cotton to the textile company, that supply is exempted because it is the cotton that they are going to use for producing sanitary towels. So the examples are clear. Once we understand the provisions of the law, the examples are so clear. But of course, there are situations whereby you will not be able to identify clearly that, oh, is this a good or service? I cited an example of this in that book I just mentioned, where I was I wrote about value-added tax and supply of electricity or power in the energy sector. I try to argue that supply of electricity, can we say it's a good or it's a service? Let's discuss it. Is it a good or is it a service? Now, when we say goods, these are basic items that you can see, you can touch, you can hold. Unlike service, it's something you render. Something like emotion, you do it, you can't touch it. What I am doing now, I am rendering teaching service or lecturing service. You can't see it, but you can feel me teaching, hear me talk, see me displaying slides on the platform. But you can't see, it's not like computer. I'm not the one who produced the computer. Computer is a goods. But what I'm doing now is a service. So how do you classify electricity? One, you cannot see, you can see the bulb being put on. When you break that bulb, you won't find anything again. You can see the electric pole. That's not the electricity. The current simply passed through the poles and the wires. When you look at CITN, that is Transmission Company of Nigeria, what they do is just to make their platform, they erect poles, their transmission lines. That's what they do. They don't do any of that. They are not the one who generates. We have the GenCos, that is the generation company, electricity generation company. We call them GenCos. That is where the generation of the power supply comes from. But we are not going to see it. They send the currents through the lines, but we are not going to see what they send. So is it a service or good? Something that you cannot see, you cannot touch. How do you classify it? Then comes down to the distribution company. The distribution company will go to the generating company to buy the energy from them. They can measure it, but you cannot see it. They pay for it. Once they send it to them, then they begin to distribute to our various homes. That's why when you press your button on the wall, light shows. When you plug your television, it comes up. When you plug your printer, it is on. When you charge your phone, it is full charged. So can we classify it as a goods or service or what? Sometimes in 2017, the indirect tax faculty of the CITN organized a program on value-added tax, and I made a presentation where I said there are classes of certain things or items. I call them intangible items, which are neither goods nor service, but they have utilitarian values. They satisfy human wants, human needs, and people supply them. They are not captured under the value-added tax. And of course, there are several professionals, several opinion leaders who have made similar position. In that seminar, we invited FRS, and in their wisdom, they try and sponsored a bill at the National Assembly, which came as a result of the Finance Act, whereby they now expanded the meaning of goods and services, where they said goods for the purpose of this act means all forms of tangible properties, movable or immovable, but does not include land and building, money and securities. Service means anything other than goods or services provided under a contract of employment and includes any intangible or incorporeal products, assets, or property over which a person has ownership or rights, or from which it derives benefits, and which can be transferred from one person to another excluding the interest in land and building, money, or security. So that's the meaning of goods and services. We now see that this definition encompasses so many things, including electricity, because you cannot see it, but it can be moved, it can be transferred from one person to another. If you look at my analysis of the transmission company to generation company to distribution company, you will see that electricity can actually be transferred from one person to another. So meaning that it will be regarded as a service. So that is it. And that was how I was able to come to a conclusion. Although my paper was presented before the amendment made in the value-added tax of 2021, because it was 2021 where this amendment came up. Sorry, 2020, 2021. The amendment came up at that time because there were a lot of controversies as to whether rental income is inclusive, is vatable or not. There were several cases that were decided. I can see somebody's, Falashade's hand up. Yes?
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there were cases where the case of Ibile Holdings against FBIR. Ibile Holdings, as we know, it's an outfit owned by Lagos State government comprising of the originally 6 local governments that make up the entire Lagos State government. They have that holdings that was involved or that is still involved in real estate development. They build land, they sell the properties, and they earn income. So in that case, FRS challenged them to say, oh, you are making supplies, you are collecting income from these services, so therefore you have to pay value-added tax. Ibile Holding challenged it at the tribunal in Ibadan at that time. And TAT at that time held that income from rental for residential, it is not vatable. But over the years, FRS was not satisfied. And there came about another case. And that was the case of just a moment. Yes, that was the case of SA Holdings against FRS. In that case, the TAT was of the view that, oh, when it comes to real estate rental income, if it is for commercial, it is vatable. But if it is residential, then it is not vatable. And just about 2 weeks after, another case came up again. That was in, I think, a Delta or so, in Benin. Yes, it was in Benin, where the TAT on a similar case, that is the case of Chief J.W. Ehlers and Son against FRS, where the court held that when you talk about rental income, it is vatable provided it is for commercial leases. If it is commercial leases, it is vatable. But if it is for residential, it is not. You can now see the conflicting decisions. And in order to resolve these conflicting judicial decisions, the Finance Act, specifically in Section 40 of the Finance Act 2020, lay the matter to rest by expanding the meaning of goods and services and excluding land, building, money, and securities. So what that means is that where you have land, where you sell land, you cannot charge VAT. It is not vatable. It cannot be regarded as goods. That's what it means. So if it is not goods, it cannot be vatable. If it is not service, it cannot be vatable, even though you have supplied it. But the definition which they have now given under Section 40 of goods and services is so elaborate and wide that it can cover almost everything. I give an example of franchise. I give an example of goodwill. For instance, many of us have entered into some eateries like what do you call it now? There are so many of them, Mr. Biggs,
Tantalizer,
Crunchies, Tantalizer,
CFC, Tasty Fried.
All of them. You will find out that when you look at your receipt after buying things, when you look at your receipt, you see another company's name there. What that means is that that company actually purchased the franchise of that particular company, that brand. Same thing with NNPC. You will see a lot of NNPC stations springing up here and there now. But when you look at the receipt they are going to give you, it's a different company's name. What that means is that NNPC has sold its franchise for a fee or for some amount of money. So that sale, that contract is regarded as a supply of an intangible right, which is transferable from one person to another. Like NNPC has decided to sell its brand name NNPC to Corn Oil Nigeria Limited. And they have supplied, the franchise was purchased for 5 million naira, for instance. FRS has now approached Corn Oil for the value-added tax. And questions we ask: is it vatable, or was the FRS right? Give reasons for your answer. You know, things like that. So you need to know the definition of goods and services. We have to determine whether that franchise is regarded or can be classified as goods or service. If it is neither goods nor service, then it is not vatable. Akinola, I hope I have answered your question. Any further clarification or questions? I'm looking at
Very well, sir.
I'm looking
Well.
at the
Thank
chat
you very much,
box.
sir.
Okay. I think those messages on the chat box, they are just related to the previous questions that we have dealt with, which is in relation to tax administration and management. So any further questions before I move on? We have just only 8 minutes. So far, we have covered the principal legal framework for value-added tax, which is Value-Added Tax Act 2004 as amended. We have also learned about the historical development of value-added tax in the world and how it came about in Nigeria. I did mention that it actually started from Germany in 1919, and then in 1957, French government made it a condition precedent for European Economic Community members to be a member of that body. If you don't apply, or if you don't have a value-added tax act in your country, a value-added tax law in your country, you will not be a member. And then the evolution of, or the value-added tax became popular, so much that in Nigeria in 1991, the federal military government organized a group, or set up a two-study group, one headed by Chief Emmanuel Ijiwere, and another one by Chief Dr. Naiju. And both of them came to the conclusion that there is need for unification of the Nigerian sales tax laws in various states. And that was what led to Value-Added Tax Decree number 102, or let me say 102 of 1993. And specifically, that decree determined the commencement date to be 1st of December 1993. And since then, Nigerian government has been charging value-added tax. But value-added tax under section 12 of that law. It is on all supplies of goods and services. It does not clarify whether it should be supply on international supplies or whether it should be applied to interstate supplies or whether it should be intrastate supply. It only says supply of all goods and services. That was what the law provides for. And since then, the law has been the same. We have also talked about the fact that under the Act, the basis for charging value-added tax is that there must be supplies, that's number one, of goods and services. And those goods and services must not have been exempted under the Act. And we now went further to say that under the Value-Added Tax Act, goods and services have been categorized into three. We have vatable goods and services, meaning that those goods and services that are chargeable to value-added tax. And how do you know that? You look at the law. If it is not expressly exempted, you also look at the first schedule to the Act. If it is not listed under the exempted goods and services, then it is vatable. But the second one is exempted goods and services. And I did mention that this one is contained in some sections of the Act and in the first schedule to the Act. I have also added that by virtue of Section 38, Finance Minister issued value-added tax modification order of 2020. This also expanded the list of exempted goods. They are exempted because the law does not want to charge it to value-added tax. And I've given items. I've talked about basic food items. I cited the case. I talked about plays and performances by educational institutions, which form part of their training. I've cited example of medical services. I've also cited example of exported goods and services. All these are exempted goods under the Act. So if you find any of a client or any taxpayer who have made supplies of any of these, they are exempted. Whether they have received it or they are supplying it, it is exempted. Then I went further to talk about the third category, which is zero-rated goods and services. We call it zero-rated goods and services because they are not ordinarily exempted. It means that they are vatable. But the law wants us to charge 0%. That is, we are not going to charge anything on it. That does not make it to be exempted. It's not exempted. But because we will not charge anything on it, we call it zero-rated. I've cited an example of goods and services supplied to diplomats or in their embassies. I've cited an example of goods and services supplied to the social clubs and non-governmental organizations for the purpose of public interest. I've also talked about humanitarian services or goods supplied by international NGOs. All these are zero-rated goods and services. And I have also talked about the current position about the value-added, the vatable goods and services, how those cases came about, where we talk about goods, items that are neither goods nor services. But because they can be transferred from one person to another and people get money for it, they are also vatable. And it was on that basis that the Finance Act 2020 came to resolve this controversy by expanding the definition, the meaning of goods and services to include tangible and intangible things, so long as it can be transferred from one person and another. Question. And I did mention that when you talk about goods and services. It does not include land. It does not include building. It does not include money. It does not include security. And that's why you see that you see people that sell money. They borrow the change. There's nothing they do other than to sell money. You bring your dollar, they sell, they buy, you sell, they buy from you. But it is not vatable. Why? Because it is money. Securities, bonds, stocks, they are also not vatable. When you sell or you supply, they are not vatable. They are clearly exempted. So where you have a building and you have rented it out, you are earning income, it is not vatable. It is clearly the law. But where you sell attachment to the land, like the movable features and fittings, like the television within the house, the household equipment, they are all vatable. It does not form part of the building. And it does not also form part of the land. Question?
Sir, please, I didn't get those not vatable. You mentioned land, you mentioned building, you mentioned security. Please, what is the
and money?
Security.
And money.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, now land is land. We all know what constitutes land now. We also know what is meant by building. Your house, my house. If you build a house now, you put in tenants there. It's not vatable. And when you talk about money, all of us know money. Whether it is Forex or is Nigerian Naira, or when you supply money, it's not vatable. And securities, we all know, we are not talking about our security guards. No. Or if you are into security guard service, that's not what we are talking about here. We are talking about securities like bonds, stocks, shares. Any further clarification? In the absence of none, that ends today's class. I want to conclude this class by next week, please, so that I can send the slide. I want to conclude lecture on value-added tax by next week. I pray we can achieve that because we are going deeper now. We have not even talked about administration of value-added tax. We have not talked about the filing of returns, the threshold filing. We have not talked about input and output VAT. We have also not talked about reverse charge mechanism. We have not talked about destination principle and origination principle. We have also not talked about appointment, power of FRS to appoint collection agents. We have also not talked about offenses and penalties under the value-added tax. So you can see that we have a lot to cover. Although if we cannot finish it next week, we will still it to the next following week. So that ends the lecture today. I wish you all happy weekend.
Same to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
My advice again, please take your lecture seriously. Ask questions. That's why I'm here. Ask questions where it's not clear. And please pay attention to all the examples being cited in the class. That is where my questions are drawn. Pay attention to examples. That does not mean that you should not read your slide, but most of the examples will come in the course of lecture. I can see Olutunde Oshinowa's hand up. I can see Mr. Oshilaja Olawale Frank hand up. Any questions?
Okay, my question is concerning the VAT refund. When you travel abroad and you buy some commodity which has already been subjected to tax, and at the exit point, we go for VAT refund? Is it that we are categorizing those goods as goods that are not going to be consumed in that country, like, and we are exporting it out of that country? That's why we're being refunded the VAT. I want to understand the dynamics around that tax VAT refund for goods that we purchase abroad while coming back, you not be VAT.
Okay. Now, you see, the whole essence of it is that the goods you are buying over there, you are a Nigerian, you are in the UK, and you are buying things there. What that means that you are importing it. You are importing that goods to your country. And under the destination principle, it means that it is the country of destination of the goods that ordinarily should charge value-added tax. That's why they usually like to return. It's an international principle under the OECD rule that it is the destination principle that has the power, is destination country that has the power to impose tax. Although there are few countries that apply origination principle, that is where the goods are being purchased, you impose tax. But by OECD principle, it is destination principle. And you being a foreigner, coming to another land to buy things, you are importing to your country. So, and your country is the destination country. It is a country that's supposed to charge. That is why you see the Nigerian Customs Service, you see them at the airport, you see them at the seaport, you see them at the borders. Once you are coming in, they want to charge custom duties and other charges because it is an importation. So that's the basis. But even in the UK now, I think they stopped it sometimes last year or so. In Dubai, that is UAE, they have been doing it before, but I think they are still doing it in Dubai. It's just that not everybody is aware of it. Because they see you as a foreigner coming to import things. But it would have been a different thing if you are the one bringing something to their country to sell. So Nigerian government will not charge you value-added tax. Don't forget, exported goods are exempted. So because you are importing it to their own country will be the country of destination. So they will be the one to charge value-added tax. Is to respect what we call international principle of sovereignty among the nations. Is Alutunde Oshinowo, the house is also up too. Okay.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Evening.
My apology, I have to digress a little bit as regarding the zero vatable items.
Okay.
You actually make a reference point regarding the water.
Yes.
And if water has been repacked.
Water, I said water is
let me land, sir. Let me land, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Because I have a similar experience regarding something like that. Because we are talking about water. When water has been repacked, it will be zero vatable.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay,
what
let me
I
hear you.
said is that on the basis of the decision of the Federal High Court in the case of Warm Springs Water Nigeria Limited against FIRS, the Federal High Court decided that water is an exempted item. It constitutes basic food item, and for that reason, it is exempted, not zero rated.
Okay, clear. But how do we determine this, sir, please? Because if you pass through Lagos by the expressway very well, you will notice all these people that cut wood within the bush and they export them.
What? They cut what?
Wood.
Okay.
And they export them. But before the exportation, FIRS will surely come and demand for VAT from them. either the wood is being cut to a smaller shape, or it remains same form, the demand for VAT on those wood.
Okay. Is that your question?
Exactly. Just want
now,
I want a clarity on that.
Let me say this. Let me clarify this. You see, you are just looking at that activities that go on there. There are different activities that are involved. I'll give you an example of that one that you are just talking about. Somebody owns the machine they use in cutting the woods. That is equipment leasing. Do we agree?
On point.
Now, somebody must have bought that land where the woods grow. Now, somebody will be cutting the wood, rendering service. Cutting of wood is a service, so it is vatable. Somebody is rendering that service. Another aspect of it is that somebody will be rendering transportation service, who will be carrying the log of wood to somewhere else. They are also rendering service. So I do not know the category or the aspect of these activities that FRS has demanded value-added tax, but I can tell you for free that there are a lot of activities that go on there. That's why they call it value-added. Because the real activity there that everybody is seeing is exportation of block of food. That's what you see. But in between, there are intermediate activities that go on. There are intermediate activities that go on. Another example I will give is catering service. We all have heard that basic food item is not vatable. Do we all agree?
Yes, sir.
When you go to Mama Put, you buy amala, orishirishi ẹran, and all that, the assorted meats. You will not see VAT. But when you go to ShopRite, you go to KFC, you go to Crunchies, when you look at your own receipt, you will see VAT. What is the difference between Mama Put that is selling with Efi and all the flames, everything? Oh, Mama, no, is this meat that I want? Is this one? And is selling to you. And the eatery that you are sitting down, taking the AC, having branded and packaged the food, and you eat, and you still pay value-added tax. Is there any difference? Or you see there are some of our people that are into event planning service. We also have the local ones called Oloko, people that cook for you. You just come, you render the service, and they go. Now, if you are into event planning, that is not food though. That's not, even though part of your activities will cover cooking of the food. What they did was to give you the food items, the materials, and you cook. You are rendering service, catering service. Catering service is vatable. But the food itself is not vatable, it's exempted. So you can see the distinction between now. So the one that you talk about, people cutting log of wood and they sell FRS coming to demand value-added tax, yes, because there are chain of economic activities. Somebody is into equipment leasing, somebody is into transportation services, somebody is into, even in that place, you still see security services. You see the guards monitoring the activities there. They contracted that particular aspect of their engagement to somebody, and somebody is collecting money for that. So long as they can classify what you are doing as a goods or service, and it is not exempted under the act, it is VAT. Is that clear? Mr. Olutunde, is that clear? Mr. Olutunde, you asked the question. Oh.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions before I take my? I can see Ojoma DBC. You want to say something?
No, I'm not. No, sir, I'm not saying anything.
Okay. Any further question? Olawonyi or Olatunde Stephen? Any question I can see? You are trying to unmute yourself.
No question, sir. I'm grateful, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Once again, the assignment, it is for you to determine. There can always be two sides to it. If you like, you can say, oh, the finance minister has competence or powers to amend first schedule to that. If you like, you can choose to oppose, to say, oh, no, he does not have power. Just support your answers with reasons. I'm not saying that you should go and Google and drop everything from you. You can read items, materials online. Then students, when you give them assignments, they go online. Some are not even wise to the extent of, changing, rebranding, and representing. They will just copy verbatim and send it to you. That's not too good. The whole essence of research is for you to pick relevant items for your understanding, and you present it the way you understand it. That's how it should be done. I also, like I said, I also recommend to you the book produced or published by the CITN. It will do you a lot of good. If you have it in your library, you can make reference to even after your course. Many of us here.
Help us share the author of that book, sir.
Sorry?
Help us share the author of the textbook. The name of
Like
the
I
author.
said, it was published by the CITN. Some of us contributed to it. Like I told you, I contributed 2 chapters in it. One was on value-added tax and power supply in energy sector, and another one is a critique of a judicial decision in Attorney General of Lagos State against the co-hotels and others. There are some other topics that you find interesting, even the historical development of value-added tax from inception to date. You find it there. Value-added tax and professional services, value-added tax and financial services, value-added tax and real estate services. There are so many topics to find there. You find it very, very interesting. You as tax administrators, you can make use of them, especially now that there are being an unsettled judicial position as to whether state government can also collect value-added tax or not. By the time the Supreme Court decides that case, if Supreme Court agrees with the state government, that means all the state internal revenue service will have more work to do, and they will have a value-added tax unit who will be collecting VAT for them. So you still need it. In the absence of any further question, I say have a wonderful weekend. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.